I don't know if this is gonna work. I hope it does. So if you were here, I apologize that I had to start over. Hi, this is Raquel with Paints and Glitter. And I'm hoping that I have the correct perspective now. So if you saw some weird video of my face, that was just me trying to figure this all out. So I'm just going to go here to my dashboard and try to find my own video so that I can chat along with anyone who joins me. I think that I'm live. Let's see if it shows up on my end. And it says that I am. Nope, it doesn't. Let me go back. And it says, let's see here. Nope, not that one. So I have here one person connected. I'm gonna see if I can find my own video. So if you're watching, it's just gonna take me a moment to do a little housekeeping here because for some reason my video is not showing up, but now it is. Here we go. Just takes a moment for my internet to catch up, and hopefully this works. And I hope that I'm in the right perspective this time around. It looks like I'm upside down. Oh no. I'm gonna have to start over again. Unless I fiddle with the camera. And I have a few people here. Say hello if you're watching. Let me know. On my end, it looks like I'm upside down. And if I am, then I have to fiddle with my camera yet again. I was on the wrong perspective and I don't like doing upside down or topsy-turvy videos. But I wanted to come along and say hello and chat a little bit about this week's March Madness. So here's what I'm going to do, and I apologize if I make anyone dizzy. It looks like everyone abandoned me anyway, so I'm going to see if I can do this. I'm just going to cover the camera. Oh, these smartphones make me dizzy. Okay, if anyone's there, I'm just trying to make this a little bit more comfortable to watch. And I can't truly see my screen, but it looks like there's only one person here, so that's probably a good thing. So, okay, hopefully that's better. I'm just gonna try to adjust this a little bit. Oh, this tests me, that's for sure. Okay, I see that there are a couple of people here. Let me know where you're watching from and say hello, please. I don't bite, I promise. This is Raquel from Paints and Glitter. This is a crafty channel, so if you're here, it's because you're interested in paper crafts. And this week I'm coming along just to say a quick hello and share with you what I've made for Tonic Studios, and hopefully share a couple other little things here. So I'm just going to wait for some people to join me. It looks like I'm in the right perspective this time around. If you received a notification that I was live and I clicked off, I apologize. I was just trying to fix the camera angle because it was entirely incorrect. So now I know how to face my camera, and that should be entirely fixed. And I'll take note of that for the future. So if you're just popping in, just say hello in the chat. I'm going to check it really quickly. And I'm also going to share some links just to quickly get that done. And that's a UK link. And then I'm going to go and find my US link. So just doing a little housekeeping since there's no one here just yet. And I do see that there's one person here, so bear with me one moment. I'm just going to go ahead and grab some links. That way I'm not going back and forth. And that way I can have all of the answers for everyone that I'm sure I'm going to have to respond. Hi! Hello, hello. It's Dina, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm sorry, I'm over here having to ask my permission, my computer permission to do all the things that I normally do. It's incredible how these things take over and then it won't let me do what I want to do. It's incredible. Okay, so I'm going to try one more time. It used to be that copy paste was a standard thing, right? And now, yeah, this is so crazy. My computer was asking me permission to paste. Do I want it to allow to paste the information? I said yes, allow, and it won't let me. Even though I did one link, the second one won't work. Let me try one last time here. If not, I will say it's all in the description bar of my video. And let's see here. I'm going to try one last time here. Copy. Copy, copy. Okay, I copied it like 3 times. Hopefully this time around it lets me. Bear with. And paste. And it goes into nothing. Nopey nonsense nowhere. So it's not allowing me to paste my US link. So I'm just going to move along. Anyway. Dina, thank you for being here. I think everyone else left because no one can tolerate my incompetence. So I'm coming along just to share what I've made for Tonic Studios, and I was hoping to do a little tutorial, so because I'm crafting. But I thought maybe I could answer some questions if anyone has any, given that this is March Madness week, and I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit so you can see this a little bit better, because for some reason this is off a tiny bit and that bothers me. But I want you to be able to see this as I can see it, which is far more clearly. So I zoomed in a little bit there. Did I go in the wrong direction? I probably did. Yeah, so let me go back. Okay, I'm going to try to go in this direction. And I'm trying to make sure that nothing falls, nothing breaks, nothing flies, because I'm notorious for that. So my videos get off to a very slow start. Hello! It's Nolyn, correct? And I hope that that's not blurry, guys. Let me know, because, let's see here. It looks a little bit blurry on my end. Are you guys seeing a blurry picture? Because it could just be my computer, my, oh, welcome Nolyn. It's been a little while. It could just be my connection. And I never know unless someone tells me. So that's why it takes me a minute or two. I say this in all my live videos. I live in the country. I am not in a metro area. So the connectivity for internet here is a bit dodgy, and that's why I hesitate to do live videos as much as I enjoy them. I want to put out quality content on this channel, and it really hurts my mind to think that I go through the effort of going through a live video, and then I look it over and it's, you know, a little bit splotchy here and there, or it disconnects, all that jazz, and I don't like doing that to people. Yes, I know. You did email me, and I had been traveling. So I got back, Nolyn, and I was really, really sick when I got back from my travels. So I was a bit out of it for a few weeks. So I apologize. Okay, wonderful, Dina. Thank you for letting me know that. All right, so I'm going to assume that it's nice and clear. And what I'm going to do is show you guys my very super simple project that I made for March Madness. In fact, I didn't share photos in on Facebook yet. This was the release for Monday. I just have been busy, guys. So what I did is that I shared my video, and it should be on the playlist for Tonic Studios, and of course it's on my channel. So, oh, thank you, sweetie. Thank you for your patience. So this die set is absolutely adorable. I'm not going to assume that everyone watches my tutorials, so what I'm going to do is just a little walkthrough and share with you what I've done aside from this, because today I was having a little bit of a play with my my brand new fusion tool. I just got it, and I'm going back and forth, but that's how I speak anyway. So anyway, my little book here, I did in a notebook style because the dies are called, you know, a recipe book. And I thought when you're cooking, you're in the kitchen, and you want to easily access a recipe, then it is far easier if you do happen to have a notebook style book. However, I am going to be making a traditional memory book where I will be adding some of my recipes. So, ooh, are you moving, Nolan? Let me know, because oh my gosh, yeah, that could be a whole other conversation. So what I did is did the title, my recipe happiness, and in my video I do explain, I added the little banner here at the top. But of course, if you're planning this out differently, you could maneuver things on the page. I chose to do the second largest book, so I'm going to share with you the difference. This is the large page you can cut, so it's significantly larger than this one, I think. Oh, thank you, Linda, and welcome. Hello, Deb. Welcome, sweetie. So this page here, which I don't know why it looks flipped. That's so strange. Okay, yeah. My video is backwards, guys. It's flipped. Are you guys seeing? Hold on a second, because I'm on a delay. Yeah, this is backwards. I don't know why my camera did that, guys. I'm so sorry. This is my life, though. In a nutshell. I was laughing earlier because I read from right to left when I do numbers, which may sound insane. However, I'm not entirely crazy, and I'll prove it. When you get a cutting tool, it has the numbers starting from the right to the left, and then the little cutting line is on your right. So that's exactly how I read numbers. I've never been able to read them left to right. So imagine me in school. And no, I don't have dyslexia. It's only numbers, because words, I can write them backwards, but I don't read them backwards. So whatever, I'm just like that. But anyway, let's pretend this is the page. Back to the point at hand. This is the largest page that you can cut. And I'll let you know, reading from left to right, that it is 8 1/4 inches tall. So it's a substantial page. It's really nice. A lot of room there for you to do all this and then place all of your items where you want them. I did the second largest book. So what happened here is that I only had a certain amount of room, obviously. So I did combine it with another memory book die set, and it's the Memory Decks one. That's the one that was the little tube in the middle, and all the little cards went all the way around. So it was like a rotary thing, but standing, not the traditional one. And you know why I'm doing this, if you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, I took those little frames, I cut them out, and I used those as my backdrop in this book. That color looks coral. Yes, Linda, I agree. This is bubblegum pink. Tonic Studios, I love you. You know that I do. But my friends, this is not pink. This is coral. You're not seeing wrong, Linda. I don't know why they call this pink, because in my world, this is salmon, as they say it here in the U.S. of A. Salmon. coral. That's what I call it. So anyway, I digress. That's not the color that I used here, however. I did use, I'll show you, so I don't want to confuse anyone. For this particular book, I use fuchsia pink. That's a word I can say, and it looks like fuchsia to me. So that's what I used here. I also used this little pen, Midas Touch. It is a glimmer pen, but it has gold in it. Very, very subtle, but that's what's on all of my pages, all on the perimeter of that, because, you know, I like the shine. The good thing about this shine, though, is it's not tacky, it's not in your face, it's very subtle, very elegant. So, you know, if you like to be demure, then you can do that. Anyway, having said that, this book, the spine, unlike your screen, and I apologize again, the spine is actually on the left. This is not a crazy book. The spine is on the left, and then the little closure is down here. The magnet is hiding behind this little shadow. The little flowers, by the way, do come with this collection. This here, which I, in my brain, said is a big old coffee cup, because that's how I drink my coffee, is supposed to be a frying pan, I think. Or, you know, a boiling pot. I don't know how you guys do your cooking. You can call it whatever you like. I thought it was a coffee cup, and so I love coffee, so there's two little hearts there. My husband does too, so there's blue and pink, you know, just doing a little romance thing there. Oh. So Linda, this is a brand new release for March Madness. And yes, it's brand new, released this past Monday for Tonic Studios, hence my video. So I know that I didn't put a title, but that's because I already have a tutorial for this, guys, on my channel. So you can definitely watch that if you want to know how the pages are made. However, I'm going to mention there is one page here I did not include in the tutorial. However, I'm going to explain that today, okay? Because if the tutorial, while I'm filming, if things don't go in a process that I know is going to be understandable by the viewer, then I don't include that. I just edit past that, and then I can always revisit. So yeah, Linda, so my links are in the description bar of all of my videos. If you want to get the bundle, by the way, it's at a really good price. They had done a buy it all bundle, and then they took that away. And now today they re-added that. It is the best value for you to get 3 die sets, 2 paper collections, 2 foil. Let me think. Did this have foil? This didn't come with foil. No, this was the paper and foil. No, I'm sorry, paper die. The Grandiose Galleon, which was yesterday, was, I don't think that had foil, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of so many things. And then today's release, I'm going to show you in a moment, that did come with foil. So paper collections, dies, magnets to house your dies. You're not going to find a better value than Tonic Studios out there, because they really do include everything that you're going to need to get yourself started. Excuse me. And then there are also some paper packs that you can get on the side with a really good discount as well, that are going to coordinate with your projects should you choose to do that. I'm going to take a sip of water here. Bear with me. It's actually my breakfast, but excuse me, I'm doing liquids these days. Okay, so first page here, this is the back of the front page, and I'm going to really be angry at myself for the rest of the day, because this is now backwards in your mind. But hey, maybe it works for you better to see it this way, you never know. There's a die, and I'm going to share it with you. I have it right here, because this is a big set as well, okay? So this is an A4 sheet of acetate, and this is how big these dies are. So this is what I mean about the value. Oh, I hear you, Linda. I get it. Girl, yeah, I have to budget for my stuff as well. So I know what you mean. I mean, yeah. I have to practice discipline just as much as anyone else. I'm missing a die. Oh, here it is. I've been cutting, guys, so my stuff is kind of here and there and everywhere. So this die set has these little dies here that are normally not included, but I'm so happy that they are this time around. Because to me it means that they're listening. They're really taking feedback, and I love it when they do that. So let me get this off here. These little dies, unassuming little dies, are the kind of dies that you use over and over and over again in crafting. I can't get that one off. My hands are not my friends. So anyway, let me show you the bigger one anyway. So it's the same thing, it's just smaller. So this has two parallel lines there, and what that does is it cuts into your paper, not the border, just the lines. And what that allows you to do is to create a little pocket, which is so cool, because then you take all the flippity flops, all the things you want, you cut them out, and then you have a place to put them. Now, Tonic Studios has a tag and stamps die set that they have released a while ago. I want to say at least a year ago. That one coordinates with all of their paper collections. So you can use that die set to cut the images that are printed already in the paper collection, and then you can use it in your makes. Here's, for instance, one of them. And the cool thing is that it also includes the die for you to create your shadow. So you're not left with just the paper. You have that option, but of course you can create the little shadow. If you fold the paper and then cut it, and you guys know this, then you can create a little notebook with the tag shape as well. It's all up to you on how you use it, but you can have a lot of fun with that other die now. That's that parallel line I was talking about, because then you have little pockets on your page that are just easily filled with either tags or any little embellishment that you choose to use. And let me look here. Or I need a loan. Yes, I can understand. I absolutely can understand. So I'm going to remove the little pen. I happen to get a little coordinating pen for my little notebooks there. But that's going to lay flat with this particular spine, which, by the way, is from Cinch, the We Are Memory Keepers coils. It comes in a pack of 30. I happen to choose the clear, but it does come in pink, blue, black, white. Yeah, I think it's 5 colors or something like that. And then you get 30 of them. They're quite long, by the way, and then you just snip them down to fit your project. So here, this is another cool little feature about this die set. You get to cut out the little embellishments, and then you get to use them as locking mechanisms. So here, this page locks just like that. And all I did was to use the little piece. Now this piece here, let me find it, looks like a little strip, but it has little fold lines that are created by the actual die. You fold it in the way that you prefer. So for instance, if you don't like this showing, you can actually tuck that portion in and hide it on the edge of your page if that's something you like to do. And then that way you can still use it to close your page without those little colors showing through. I thought it was whimsical and cute, so I left it that way. The other thing that I did here was that the little aperture that you cut, and that's just a simple rectangle, okay? That's just this here. That cuts into your paper so that you can then create that little lock. I thought it was cute to then take this tag and stamps die set, cut out one of those little postage stamp shapes, and then use this to cut into it to create a little frame for that. So that way, when this is locked, it has a little bit of a shadow in a way, but it also has that cute little finish there. So that's another option on how you can use these. I also added this twine, which was from Tonic Studios. It does come in yellow and white. I just separated it and then added that there because I felt like it needed a little bit of weight. So if you don't like that, of course, what I recommend is that you cut this out multiple times. I've said that in a lot of videos as well, that if you're going to have interactive options on your pages, you should, by default, if you will, cut out the shadow at least 3 times. That way you get a nice substantial die cut. So who else is here? I'm going to quickly... Oh, hello, Sarah. Welcome. And Tanya, thank you for being here. No, Lynn, that sounds amazing. So, Linda, I did not use the cinch to perforate this, just so you know. This comes with a die that will create the little perforations on the side of your page. All you do is place that right on the paper. It'll cut through, and then you get all these little apertures. Then you can decorate them if you'd like to with the little dies included. So I'm glad you mentioned that. Now, I mentioned in my tutorial there's 2 of these. They are not the same length, and I only use one, and what I decided to do was to skip one of the little apertures in between. Time, girls. And I needed to get my project done, so I was working on a very short time schedule because of life, not because of anything else. So in any case, there's a little knife and a fork included here. You can cut the pieces separately to decorate the shadow, which is really neat. So if you want to coordinate, for instance, with maybe some cutlery, or you want to go vintage and you remember what your mom used to have in the drawer and you want to coordinate those colors, you can definitely do that. So this opens here. I did put a little clip, a gold clip, just because I thought it was cute. And then this opens like so. I left it blank because, of course, I can go ahead and open my book entirely, just like this. And I can jot down my little recipe, or I can cut it out of another piece of paper and adhere it onto this. By the way, the paper collection also has papers, which I'll show you, that allow you to add a little recipe with a really pretty background. So even if you're just doing the little ingredients, you can do that. So here's how I'm closing this particular page just for fun. The next page here, I just did a little pocket. I did that tags and stamps. So again, the little postage stamps you cut into the background, and those little images already come ready for you. And then here I did the little frames, but I also use the paper from the collection. And as I mentioned, some of it comes with pretty images. So for instance, this says, I baked this cake, it's full of cheer. It tastes much better when you're near. I thought that was so sweet. And of course on the back, if you want to, you can place a photo of maybe your little one on his birthday or something like that, eating a slice of cake, anything special, and then add on there a sentiment, or you could add the actual recipe. It's really up to you how you use the book. So I like to add different types of ideas just in case you're not going to use it just for the recipes. So the next page here has this portion here. This is the page I did not include in the tutorial, but I'm going to explain it because it's super easy. You cut your base piece of card, and that's the one here that you see there. You have 2 matting layers, which you can cut the pink one using the matching die. So I'm going to show you. This is the page die. You want to perforate it with this one and get all your pretty little papers to cover the perforations first. That's always going to be your beginning. Now I cut my pages exactly like this and cut them down along this edge because the die does not cut that edge. And that allows you to extend the page. However, I did cut them down to that size. Use the perforation. Then I use the next die, which is the compatible die for the matting layer. That's the pink paper. I cut using this same die, this coordinating paper, but then I cut away that edge so that it would be revealed there with the pink. So using that same page die, I cut a separate page with that little edge there that I could perforate. What I did is I folded it and adhered it onto that base one. So there's my base one with the perforations. Here's the second one with that tab adhered onto the first one. I also cut one of the smaller pieces, which is this one. It comes with a tab. Folded that and adhered it onto that same base page. So of course you want to score it and then decorate it. If you want to, you can place a magnet behind this decorative layer and a magnet underneath this matting layer, and then that'll have that little closure that clicks that everybody loves. That's an option. You don't have to, however. I just left it as is, and then this is going to fold over. Before placing your matting layer on this page, however, you can take that same die, cut it out twice, fold it, and adhere it onto the edge of that top page. Once you do that, you can add the matting layer here. You can add magnets here if you like. I have one here. And then after folding these, there's another magnet in here. And then the decorative paper on top of the magnet and the little embellishment on top of that. So I hope that that explains that page. Again, I did not include it in the tutorial. That's why I wanted to talk about it today. And there's that little frame that can just tuck right in there. And the magnet holds it all in place. There's nothing falling out or anything like that. So if it bothers you that this is moving, just hide a little magnet under this matting layer and another little magnet behind your decorative paper. Even though there's one here, you will need another to hold that down if that bothers you. If not, you can be like me and take a little paper clip like this one, if you happen to collect them, and then just go ahead and place that on that top corner. You can perforate that page and put a little ribbon through it and tie a bow on that little edge there, if that's something you prefer. Yes, and you can do a brad. Now, the only... Oh, hi, Suzanne and Joanne. Who else is new here? And Sarah. Welcome, welcome. The only reason I don't add a lot of brads in my makes is not because I don't like them. It's because when you close the book, you then get that indentation onto your next page. So after so many years of making books, I try to do this a lot when I'm crafting. So that way I see if it catches anywhere. And so I take a mental note of that sort of thing and try to, you know, work around it. But of course, you can always try to prevent that from happening by avoiding a, let's just say there was a brad here, for instance, then you should close your book and make sure that you do not add an embellishment on the matching area on the opposite page. So that way, when you close and open your book, you don't inadvertently ruin your own pages. Ask me how I know. But yeah, definitely you can use all the things. It's just a matter of, you know, trying to plan things ahead a little bit. I don't get that. I use small circle in the bottom layer to hide it. Oh, I see what you mean, Sarah. Okay, capiche. I get it. So you hide the brad. Okay, I thought you meant an exposed brad, like on the uppermost layer. But yeah, that's pretty clever, girl. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. Oh, wait, Joan. Oh, thank you, Joan. Thank you so much. Yeah, you didn't miss a whole lot. It's not an elaborate book, not by any means. But I can flip back. So this is the cover. And as I said, my camera is all types of crazy today, so I apologize that you're seeing this flipped backwards. It's not meant to be that way in any way. But as I said in the beginning of the video, this is my life. I can't ever get the camera to work as it should, and I don't. This is a brand new phone, so I don't know what's going on. But that's the cover. I did the 2 hats. I did decorate, by the way. I'm glad you mentioned that. I used some Copic markers and just went through the little grooves, the indentations on the paper created by the die. So I think I did, in fact, if you guys are curious about that, because I'm that person. I'm nosy. I want to know all the things. So I did, I think it was E53, E50. So those are 2 very, very light beige. And a R20, and that's a Copic red blush color. And that's what I did to create the shadows on the little chef hats. I also do a little, you know, dot, dot, dot there. I don't know how, pointillism, I guess is the name for that, but it's, you know, not really, because there's only 3 little dots here and there. And then I did the little flowers with the leaves. So the flowers and the leaves are facing away, kind of like a corner, if you will. And more little flowers with glitter, oh, mamma mia, not glitter glue. Nouveau, glitter nouveau. Sorry, guys. So there's page 1. I'm going to quickly open it and close it. I explained that. And it's a super, super simple book, guys. It really is. Because I was working on a time crunch. Page 2. Don't cut yourself. Page 2. Okay. I'm just going to remove that little clip. Opens like that. All right. So if you guys have any questions, by the way. Oh, thank you. Blessings to you, hon. And thank you so much for stopping by, Sarah. I really, really appreciate it. Okay. So there's that. All right. So I explained that page. We're done with that. And this page, again, super simple. There's nothing to it. Just a matting layer. It's the back of that one, of course. And because there's bulk there, I wanted to kind of keep this simple because I didn't double these up, guys. Sometimes I really make my pages really, really thick. And that's when I have a lot of stuff going on. But because I didn't want to take too much time on this, and my little coil's falling out, just like my hair. I have to go back with this. So be conscious of the coil. If it comes out though, you can always put it back, just as I'm doing it right now. So not a biggie, okay? But these, sometimes it's good to add a little charm at the end or things like that. But I didn't do that again because I was making a really quick tutorial. So here again, I just did 2 little frames, and all I did was place the little elements from the collection, little spoon, little knife, and then those can tuck in there. So again, it can give you an idea of how you may want to close your page. So for instance, you can add this onto a little tab on the side and a little tab on the opposite side with another little embellishment. If you really want to make it much more elaborate, you may want to do it with just one little piece here with a photo and then write your little caption on your page on the top. Sometimes less is more if you're making a gift. If you're giving it away to someone who's not a crafter and only wants to keep a couple little photos here and there, then you may want to simplify your books, because sometimes non-crafters don't take well to too many things moving and this and that, even though we crafters love it. So again, that's just a matter of personal taste. And this is only to give you guys a basic, very, very basic idea. So here, this page has that paper I mentioned earlier. It's so pretty that they included these. And it says a recipe for the one I love. These lines here, I realized after I did the book, when I started editing the video, that's when I realized that those were compatible with this die here. So I should have cut into that. And I laughed so hard when I realized I was editing my video and I go, really? Really? You missed that? But, you know, they don't come with instructions. So you just have to learn as you go along sometimes. But you could tuck little tags in there as well, or any other little notes that you wanted to. Here, I extended the sides of this. So let me show you the die. It is smaller. Okay. The die does not cut the edge, so you leave that as long as you like, depending on how you place it on your paper. So let me show you for those of you who are visual. If you want your page to be longer or shorter, say you only need that little tab, you place your die right there close to the edge so you're not wasting paper. If you want this tab to be longer, you just move it along depending on how long you want that to be. Of course, you can always cut it down. If you cut it a little longer and you get that strip, okay, then you can fold it to go behind your matting layer. So this is our base page, this one here. You cut that one with that long strip, but then you fold it behind that pink paper that's in the back. Same with this one, okay? So you picture that being longer behind here. You're hiding it with that matting layer, and back there is where you want to place any magnets. If you want to close this with a magnet, then all you have to do is fold your papers, hide another magnet in here as I have, and then decorate it with that pretty paper, and you get that gatefold style closure. So of course, if you want to, you can cut little strips and decorate the sides. I think one of the other girls did that as well, and she added little hearts, which was super cute because this comes with a little heart die. There it is. It's so, so pretty. So depending on how wide you make that, you can definitely make that another cool feature on your page. Let's see here. I think that's... Oh, no, there's one more. I thought that was it. I thought we were done. There we go. Okay, so last page here, super simple, just a little corner pocket. I mentioned in my tutorial, I'd love to combine old and new, so I got out the Scribbles and something die set. You'll have to watch the video. But I did the little bubbles on the background of that pot, and then a simple corner pocket there, just using the same die as the page. You cut the paper and then cut it diagonally. And then you can go ahead and adhere it only on that corner so that you have a little tuck spot there. I added the embellishments. With that scribble die set, I also did the gold and holographic papers there to resemble frosting. And that's just an encouragement for you to use what you already own. If you happen to have things around that may be compatible, just take a peek at the dies you've already purchased, your kits, anything like that, and take a look at what may be really useful in a memory book so that you just keep expanding your library of embellishments, if you will. Then the last page is another diagonal on the opposite. So if you see, I did this one facing in this way. This is the opposite diagonal. And here's where I use the smaller dies to create a little notebook. Super easy. So if that gives you another idea on how you may use this book, hopefully it helps. To create the binding, what I did is I took a piece of paper and folded it in half, and then used this die here to cut into that paper so that the little apertures would match the ones that I had already cut onto each one of these. So then, because they matched, I was able to adhere it onto those papers, just the front and the back, and then thread that twine through it and tie a little knot. And then here's the holographic paper, which I use in my books here and there. Now for this little pocket, I again used that die. This time I cut it into a strip of paper. I went ahead and adhered that after placing the twine in there. I adhered it onto a piece of gold cardstock and then adhered it onto this pocket here. And that pocket was made by using the matting layer. Okay, so I first cut that pink paper. I then cut the cupcake paper. I cut away the border so that I would have that pretty pink showing through. I took that cupcake paper and cut it diagonally. And I used the top half, just adhered it onto my matting layer. The bottom half, I adhered with foam adhesive along 3 edges there. That gave me enough lift to have my little notebook pocket for that. And then on top of that little edge is where I place my little strip there. So this is like a little sandwich here. There's gold cardstock, there's twine, and then there's that blue, that's denim blue, by the way, which matches this collection perfectly. So any questions? Does anyone have any questions whatsoever? Because if not, if you guys are set, then I'm going to share the bag that I made. And my tutorial for the bag will not be on this channel. It will be on the Tonic Studios channel. So they will have a playlist. And that's where they're going to have, I think, the entire design team's video tutorials, of course. But I invite you to watch that one. Because I kept it super, super simple. Today, Karen did the other bag in a different perspective from the one that I did, because I did the, well, I'll show you in a moment. Bear with. I'm just going to grab the bag. And I'll keep this on the side in case anyone has any questions on that. So we can always go back and forth. No big deal. But there's so many cute little items here. The rolling pin, the spatula. Don't want to lose the heart. All right, so bear with me one moment. And don't mind my chair, it's loud. It squeaks every single time I go by it. So Joan, what I used, great question. Let me show you the packaging because then that's easier. It sounds like a broken car. Okay, so I used these wires. They're made by We Are Memory Keepers. So if you go to the Tonic Studios UK website, the link's at the beginning of my chat and in the description of my video, you'll be able to take a peek at the products from We Are Makers. Here in the United States, because there's already a retailer for this, then I'm sorry that I don't have links for US customers. But these are spiral wires. And they're compatible with most of the apertures in the books. But look at how many come in. There's 30 wires, okay? So look at this. Baby blue, for those of you who are like me and love pastels. Black, white, coral, pink, and this darker blue. So you get all of those. And the cool thing is that they're so nice and long that you can get so many notebooks out of that. So I don't know the retail price for this right now, but if you happen to be a Tonic Kit subscriber, then you already know you're going to get 10% off of that. But they are called spiral wires. And all you do is coil it through. So for instance, earlier it was starting to come off because I was maneuvering this so much. But it just pops right into the little holes on the side. And then you cut it down with the little wires that come like this. And the very bottommost area where you see that little dark, portion there of the pliers, that's exactly where you place the wire to cut it. So it's super easy because they're not very strong, I would say. I mean, they're substantial, but they're not really hard. For instance, I have weak hands, so I can't really press hard on anything. and I'm able to cut them just fine. And they just feed right through the little holes. And because it's coiled, it makes it super easy. I mean, I did that in like 2 seconds when I was making this. So that's the wire on that. Yeah, the pastels are fun. And by the way, just to let you know, I did all of the apertures on this because I used the die. However, if you happen to have, say a crocodile, okay? If you have a tool like this, or any hole punching tool, or even the cinch, depending on the cinch that you may have, I happen to have the what's her name? Heidi, I forget her name. Sorry guys, I'm horrible with names. The pink and white one. I happen to have that one, and the little apertures that it cut were too big for this because of the way that I cut the page. But depending on the cinch that you have, you can go ahead and cut only 3 apertures on the top and another 3 at the bottom. You know, it depends on what you like. And then use different color wires. You don't have to use all one wire. So I could have done that here, but I couldn't omit the apertures because the die cuts them all at once. So I hope that makes sense. Hence one color there. So let's see. The other thing is the bag, okay? So let's go through this. Those of you who saw the live this morning are not going to want me to be, you know, too long-winded about this, of course. But I did create the tutorial for this bag. So this is that vertical perspective. It is super elegant and so pretty because the papers do all the work for you. You can create the tassel. You can create the little tag with the foiling. You can create that gorgeous handle if you want to do it that way. You also have another little chain. It looks like jewelry. It's so cute. And then there's the little lock. And I guess I need to reinforce mine. Because I did use red line adhesive. Now, a little tip on red line adhesive. It's not the type of tape you want to use on anything that may be exposed to the elements, such as, you know, variation in temperature, that sort of thing. So if you're using metallic paper, you may want to give it a tiny little dot of hot glue, because if not, it may, you know, fall away. Otherwise, another little thing that I do is I take a what am I saying? Not sewing. The topic is not sewing. Nail file. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word. I take a nail file and I very gently buff the area where I'm going to add the adhesive, and then I glue it with the Nuvo Deluxe adhesive. Okay, so that's when I know that I'm going to craft for real. This I did for the tutorial, so I was just trying to, you know, quickly go through it. But that's a little tip for mirror card. You want to buff the area where you're adding the adhesive, and then you're good, because it'll remove that kind of lacquer, if you will, on the surface, so that way it can become gritty and tacky. If not, you know, it'll separate with time. So the other little tags you can create, you can either use the paper that already comes with the images, or you can use the foil onto whichever cardstock you choose to use. Thank you, Joan. I love the papers. I thought they were so cute. By the way, there's the images of the buttons. Oh my gosh, they're so gorgeous. There's also the die that will cut the little pocket. There's Missy. This morning, Missy was asking about the zipper. There is a long zipper that you can cut. Of course, I cut mine down for this, but it also comes with the little dies that create the little pull, and I chose the one with the little heart. However, there's a regular, if you will, pull that you can add on there. I just chose to add this with a tiny little piece of foam adhesive because I do think that it makes a difference visually. There's all of the pretty little items that you can, you know, cut to decorate the bag, of course. And yeah, it opens easily also. And it's because of the design being, of course, Tonic Studios. They think of all the details. So you have this collar that goes inside of the bag, and then that way you don't have to worry about how you're going to fit your lid. And I think that's genius, you know. Not every company thinks of those things. And you have to work at it a little bit because of the elements you may add to your, you know, the little decorative elements might make it a little bit tighter. But I promise you, it fits perfectly. I just squeeze the paper a little bit. Just try to be a little bit careful when I'm using paper because I don't want to be heavy-handed. So try to be delicate. Now, having said that, you can use heavier paper to create that collar. I did use Craft Perfect paper in that espresso brown. But you can use 300 GSM paper for that collar if you want it to be much sturdier. And the same thing for the lid. And then what you would have to do, however, is use the paper as a decoration on the outside, meaning that you would have to cut away tabs, layer it on the outside of your make, that sort of thing. So that's another, you know, little option there. But yeah, I'm hoping to be able to cut out more papers so that I can create a different one, because I really want to make the other one, the gym bag style is what I would call it. I think they're so adorable. So I'm sorry that I don't have those papers cut out, because I would have gladly made one today here live. But yeah, do you guys have any questions about the bags? I know that I don't have the dies, but I can, if you guys want me to run over there and grab them, I can. If not, then I will share with you what I was doing with the fuse tool. Because I was playing around with it. And I needed to take a sip because my throat gets dry from all the chit-chatting. Guys, but these little notebooks, I mean, come on now. They're so cute. So, so cute. And today, I know another thing about this. If you're going to place a heavy gift inside, be mindful of the base. You may want to double or triple the paper that you use, and then use the decorative paper on the outside as well. That's going to create a little gap down here when you adhere it together. So then what you do is you take those strip dies and just adhere them on the bottom. You can maybe use 2 or maybe even 3, depending on how thick you make it, okay? Because the last thing that you want is for this to then collapse because the gift is too heavy. And that's, of course, if you're new to paper crafting, you may not know that. And that's why I go ahead and, you know, mention so many details in my videos, because I don't like to assume that everyone has done 3D paper crafting when they come to this channel. Sometimes people have, and sometimes people don't even know what it is, and they're looking at, you know, what I'm presenting here and don't have a frame of reference. So if I sound redundant, I apologize. It's just that I want to make sure that I cover all the bases in case anyone has any questions. But of course, if you do, you can always reach out to me. You can email me at paintsandglitter@gmail.com. If not, leave a comment in any one of my videos. I try to respond to them as soon as possible. Sometimes I don't get the notification until much later. I don't know why that is, but as soon as I see one, then I try to answer and, you know, get the information to you as quick as possible. But yeah, these were a lot of fun. Very, very adorable. Do you guys want to see what I was doing? Let me show you the tool I'm talking about. I'm going to update this really quickly. Sorry about the chair. I really need to put some oil on it. Okay, so this is the photo sleeve fuse tool. I was playing around with it, And I have a delay on my end, so yeah, I know, Joan. It makes me sound like I'm a whale. Oh my gosh. I hate it. I keep telling my husband, please will you fix it? Because it sounds so awful. So this tool is not new on the market here in the US, but in the UK, you can now get it from Tonic Studios. It comes with two little tips. One of them is this rotary wheel. So I'm not going to say too much about that, but I was playing with it because I do have a separate video on that. I just have to release it. I was playing around with it because I was cutting out the little embellishments from the My Recipes memory book and placing them inside of plastic to see if I could make little shakers. I thought it would be super cool to do that on a page. So I did that one, and I'll explain how I did it. I took the little plastic sleeve, which, by the way, was just nothing fancy. I did order the real ones, but let me get the kind of have to move things around here for a second. So many things on this desk, it's not even funny. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Okay. I guess I'm gonna have to use one of these. So I took like a little packaging like this for, you know, they come for the stamps and dies and whatnot. And I placed the die cut inside. Then I took the actual shadow, which oh goodness sakes. I need longer arms. Okay, I just dropped my dies. Okay, I took this die here. I was trying to reach and not hurt my back. I took this die here, and this is the shadow of that little coffee cup is what I'm calling it. I don't care if it's a pot. Hola Gina, bienvenida. And then I took my tool. Okay, so this is a reenactment. All right, guys, no one was hurt during the creation of this shaker. I took this and I ran it around the perimeter very gently. Okay, using that as my guide. And I was able to enclose the little sequins in there with my little embellishment there, right? So, having said that, I did it with an oval die and put the little whisk in there with other little sequins. And the idea was that I can now use these on a page. So let's live demo this. Just so you see what I mean. Because if you have one oval, it's just like if you give a mouse a cookie. If you have one oval, you can have 2, 3, 4, right? So you can create a frame for your little embellishment. What you want to do is to have double-sided adhesive here because it makes life a whole lot easier. So let me just go ahead and do that. And no, I didn't prep it because I was doing 1,000,001 things, guys. That's how it goes on this end of the world. You do it all every day, all day. And let your creativity flow as you're multitasking, right? Anyone else do that? Oh, be careful, Gina. Then, well, you'll have to do a reenactment if you do fall. And then post it on YouTube so we can all watch and go, oh no! Poor Gina. What had happened? If not, we'll get you one of those little necklaces and you can press the button on. I'm so bad. Just yell, I've fallen and I can't get up. Do you guys remember those commercials? Oh, I used to think they were hilarious until I hurt my back. And then I was like, oh, this is what I get. This is what I get. It's my fault. Oh, gosh. Hold on a second. Okay, so I know this is going to sound really horrific. But I'm Hispanic, and in my culture, when people fall, we all laugh. I don't know, Gina, if you do the same thing, but literally, I didn't know that that was a thing. I was having a conversation with friends, and oh goodness, this channel. I try to keep it serious, but then, but then I'm picking things up with a magnet like this, and talking about falling. Trying not to fall off my chair. And so back to this. I was having a conversation with a friend, and she said, "Oh my gosh, we have a sliding door in our backyard that they put that faces their backyard pool, and her daughter ran into it and fell." And she said she laughed immediately and didn't realize how like awful that was. But she said I couldn't help myself. It just came out. I just laughed immediately. And I said, honey, that's because you're Hispanic. Don't worry about it. We all do it. Oh, gosh. So we try to walk very circumspectly. Okay, so I did have oval dies in front of me 2 seconds ago. I will find them because I know they're here. They just need to kind of, here you are, darlings. Thank you so much. Okay, so if you have graduated ovals, then you can use one oval to cut your glitter card, whichever card. You can use a second oval to cut it. That's not it. A smaller one, right? And that's how you're going to cut your little frame. If you're like me, it's not going to be perfect, but you're not going to care. You're going to have your little embellishment, right? Which you created by using one of the ovals and the tool that I mentioned, your fuse tool. You're going to run that around the perimeter and get your little embellishment, right? But you want to make sure that your little frame is able to conceal that, right? So what we're going to do is that we're going to use this die here. Wait a minute. I have to make sure it's the right size. This one. This is the one that matches the smaller portion of that frame. We're going to use that one to cut into our paper. And I'm going to place it right up here. This is just going to be one of the pages in my book. I need tape. Here it is. Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let me tell you a story because I love sharing stories of life, right? I was 20, I think I was. I had my first apartment. I thought it was so cool. And I had a job. I'm trying to think. I worked at a bank. And I'm trying to think. I you know, for much of my life, I've had to work more than one job. So, but I think I was working, I don't remember if I was doing retail now. Anyway, I just remember going to Macy's, and maybe I'll put that in my book. I went to Macy's and got my very first set of pots and pans, and they were so pretty. Oh, I was so excited because I was a grown-up and I had pots and pans. And I lived in a brownstone apartment, which has the, you know, the basement that you can reach from the outside with the steps, the concrete steps, because it's the sidewalk and then the steps go down and that's where the door is. And then, of course, there's the steps that go up and go to the front door of the building where the normal people live. But I was poor, so I lived in the basement apartment. And when I tell you, I slipped down them stairs with all my pots and pans. I know, it used to be the ritzy store in the mall. Oh, back in the day. I'm aging myself, or dating myself, however you say that. I'm already aging. I'm cutting into my paper. Oh no, Lynn, you would have laughed for days if you saw me. I remember opening my eyes, and I was in the corner of the steps. My head was in that corner. My feet were facing up, and the bags were all over the place. And thank God those things didn't land on my head, because that would have been Awful. But yeah, I'm going to put that in my book. That's my story of my very first time I ever bought pots and pans. So exciting. And for some reason, I remember I was wearing boots, so it must have been icy outside. And my boots did not save me. No, girl, I did not get up quick. I've never been able to do that, even in my 20s. I laid there and contemplated the choices of my life. That's what I did. There was no getting up quick for me. I was like, that's all I did. Oh my gosh. But hey, I'm good for a laugh at least. Let my bad situations be the source of your joy today. Oh gosh. Oh no. That's awful. It's so scary too. It really frightens you when you do that. Number one, because you're like, oh my gosh, did I break anything? I mean, I guess that was my first thought. Am I complete? Is my life over? Am I still here? Or did anyone see me? And these days, am I on camera? Did anyone's Ring camera catch my my fall? Oh man. Good times, people, good times. At least back then no one had a cell phone with a camera. Thank God. Because I would have been, yeah, I would have gone viral with all the dumb stuff I did. I tell that to my kids. I'm like, you know, you guys, we had the benefit of being dumb without witnesses, and you guys don't, because cell phones. All right, so I'm going to press this on here with this. This is what I'm going to use. Using a little spatula, just add a little bit of pressure onto that double-sided tape. And so that I don't ruin my fingertips here, I'm going to remove this. Okay. I'm going to place my little whisk front and center here with the pretty side facing out, of course. And it's going to match perfectly because it was the same die that I had used to create the little seam there. Yeah, no, Lynn, I keep telling, I tell my husband, this is why you have to behave in public, because you never know. And I don't want to be a Karen. Because then that's what people get labeled. Isn't that horrible? People get labeled things. It's like, you better not act up. Don't yell at anyone. Do not raise your voice, because you will be the Karen on YouTube. Oh my gosh. All right, so there's this. It's got the tape on the edges here, so I'm going to roll it back a little bit because, of course, the tape was wider. Now, if I were not doing this on camera, you know, I'm going to get my scissors out and be super careful with all that, but you don't care. That's too funny. No, you know, it's interesting. I did get into a tiff with a person that interrupted a conversation in a public place. I'm not going to say where, in case you guys want to go on the internet and start looking. Anyway, I was with a friend, and I'm not going to give too many details, but I was with a friend. We were at a store. We're looking at stuff. We're hanging out, having a good time. And we happen to get into a conversation with a complete stranger, just like I do any other day. Just like, hey, that's cool. This is neat, blah, blah, blah. The conversation turns into other matters that were a little bit more serious. So we're talking and this and that. And okay, so outside of crafting, when I'm not fighting with a glue bottle, I do like to know about law. It's just a topic that interests me, right? like legislature, law, that sort of thing. So we're talking about that sort of thing. It just so happens this woman is also, now mind you, complete stranger. I find out in the conversation that she was born in the same place that I was born. So when you're talking to someone that's from your same background, so to speak, you sometimes take liberty to speak about things that, you know, you feel may be relevant to that person. Given, you know what, guys? I need another glue bottle because that's going nowhere. Given the state of the world, right? So, you know, say you are in Turkey and you run into someone who's from England and you're from England, then you're like, hey, you start chatting, and all of a sudden the conversation can go in a direction that you didn't anticipate, but you're cool because you're talking to someone from your backyard, so to speak, right? So that's what was happening, and out of the blue, this complete stranger just kind of verbally pounces on me. Holy moly, I did not expect that. I was like, what the heck? I didn't even know where the woman came from. Guys, these are all brand new, by the way. I think it got cold in my room, and now I can't open my bottles. Come on, people, cooperate. There we go. We have a winner. So yeah, so before I know it, some females out there with a cell phone. Oh man. And I was like, what the heck? It was wild. It was wild, wild, wild. But I won't change my stance on my beliefs, morals, ideals. It ain't gonna happen anytime soon. So that lady ended up getting... No one intervened, like it didn't get physical or anything like that. But some woman came up to me and said, you know what? Walk away. It's not worth it. Because I did get passionate about what I was talking about at that moment. Yeah, and that's just it. It's like, for me, I don't think that people have to agree with my beliefs, obviously, because, you know, we're not a monolith. Not everybody has to be the same. But I know, for instance, how to, like, if I tell you my opinion on something, then I'm going to back it up as to why. Why do I believe that? If I'm passionate about something, I'm happy to talk about why, without feeling like, if you disagree with me, that you and I have to be enemies or hate one another. I don't believe in that, because God calls us to love one another. So, you know, we can have completely opposing views and I still love you. But this complete stranger decided she wanted to kill me. And I was like, girl, take it easy. So yeah, it was insane. And then I walked away from that going, oh my gosh, what just happened? It was quite intense. And so someone out there has a video of me having a very heated argument with a complete stranger. I don't know who it is, because I didn't know who that woman was either. But I found out that she was filming me, not because she thought I was a Karen, but because she agreed with my stance and could not believe that I was arguing the point so clearly. And she wanted to be able to take that home, I guess, and watch it again. I don't know. That was interesting. Yes, I am Nolan. And I'm not gonna deny it. I am a Karen magnet. Anyway, maybe it's because I'm so magnetic. Not. No, that was wild. I was like, I told my friend, I was like, I guess I don't get out, you know, I don't go out enough because I didn't know the world was in this kind of, you know, like, ugh, that was weird. Now, mind you, I come from a background where I've moved a lot, lived in a lot of different places, so I'm not used to, like, I'm used to banter. I'm used to talking to people about different things and hearing them out and saying, wait, how did you come to that conclusion? Or tell me more. Why is it that you believe that? You know, and hearing them out and hearing their life stories and stuff like that. Because I find people to be fascinating, you know? That's how you learn. But it doesn't mean that you change your stance on anything. It's just like, hey, wow, I never thought of it that way, or whatever, you know, that kind of conversation. It didn't go that way that particular day, though. So that was quite disappointing. All right, so here's my my other little thing here. So let's just say you wanted to use this to decorate the front of a book or a page in a book. You could certainly do that. That's an option. So there's also the little die here that will create this little strip. I thought that would be really cute to use. However, if you're going to do something like this with a little shaker, you then want to cover the back. So you at least want to have half of that page fully adhered onto something, and you want to use foam. So I don't know if I want to put it on here. I might want to put it on a smaller page. So let me take a peek here, because I did cut other pages. So here's a page, and I'm going to be adhering this onto a book, but what I did is that I cut the papers out first. And I don't know if you guys have time, but I can keep going. Hi, Sandra. You missed all the drama. Missed the drama, Sandra. A day in the life. You missed me falling downstairs. You know, this is what happens. All right, so there's this. Okay, I think I'm just going to adhere this first on here, and I'm going to use foam adhesive because, again, I want this to kind of be floaty there. But I was thinking about cutting into this also. How am I? Okay, so I think I know what I'm going to do here. What I'm going to do is first low tack this. Yeah, you know what? I have to be careful. I have to be really careful. Because, you know, I've told everybody who's visited this channel, I'm a Christian woman, right? I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ as my Savior, and I love Him. That doesn't mean that I'm an angel or that I am some superhuman, you know, like, oh, perfectly peaceful with everybody, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't mean I hate anybody, because I don't have time for that. But, you know, you gotta be careful whose buttons you're pushing. You gotta be careful. Me, I like to keep things calm, serene. I like to be chill. I don't like to seek out the Karen drama by any means. Heck no. Oh yeah, have a blessed weekend, Joan. But sometimes, you know, it's you got to keep your velocity of thought in check. That's how I'm gonna refer to it. So you see this little square, right? You guys remember this? I'm gonna place this here for my aperture, and I'm gonna use a mega amount of adhesive here because I don't want this to shift. That happened to me in the other book. So you do want to be kind of careful with that. Make sure it's parallel. Use a ruler if you like to be perfect. I'm going to place my plate only to cover that portion. I'm not going to mess with this. And you guys know I craft backwards and upside down and crazy. But I'm going to do that, okay? And I'm going to run that through my machine. I know, right, Gina? I could sell that version, but I don't. I'm too grown at this point, you know what I mean? I like the concept of saying, honey, I'm delicate. Delicate like a, you know, not like a flower, more like a time bomb. All right, so there you see it. There's a little aperture, little window there now. Now, if having a little crease in your paper is going to ruin your day, take a paper creaser and revisit that little area from the opposite side, if you can see it. For me, I'm like, life goes on, but because whenever you're using the Tangerine, it's a strong machine, so you're going to get a little bit of an indentation on there. I just go like this. I just take that and revisit the little area. If not, then I cover it with an embellishment and call it a day. But the other thing that I like to do, which I did with the other book, is to go ahead and create a little, what I was calling like a little light switch covers, because that's what it reminded me of. And what I did is take the die from, I'm just going to cut that manually, the Tags and Stamps die set. Gina, other people can't see that because of the what do you call it? The parameters that I have on my page. And that's just as a precaution, by the way. Oh my gosh, Linda. Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. But Gina, I read what you wrote. Oh, actually, I can show it. So let me go ahead and do that so everybody can see. Because I know you didn't mean that in a nasty way. So there it goes. Yeah, but that night I was telling my girlfriend, I said, you know what? It's amazing how with time you do change, depending on how, how you've grown and stuff like that. Because back in the day, I would have been tempted to respond to that woman, and it would not have been cute. It would have been bad. But this time around, I just looked at her in disbelief. I really truly was heartbroken by what she said, not because she was talking to me, in a nasty manner, because that, whatever, right? It was because of what she was saying. I just couldn't relate to, and I'm not going to mention that here because this is a crafty video, and I'm going to keep it lighthearted. But yeah, I was truly heartbroken by her viewpoint. I was like, wow. I can't see life that way, and that's really unfortunate for her. But all right, so you see the little aperture here. What you want to make sure is that you face the rectangle the same way every time you use it, and that's going to be important because of how you're going to close the page. So this is going to be in the center now of that little postage stamp, and we're going to cut that so that we can then cover that up and make it look cute. And Linda, by the way, the reference of that conversation, that woman was a complete stranger. She interrupted a conversation that I was having with someone else. Like, I had never seen her in my life. I didn't know who she was, nothing. She just straight up walked up behind me and started screaming like a banshee, and I was like, whoa. What's happening? What is going on here? What world am I in? Because I had never seen a person lose self-control like that in a public place. I was like, what? And that's why I was saying that I was, walking or driving home going, what world am I in? What just happened? What caused this person to scream in a public place like that and go ballistic over someone else's opinion? That is insane to me. But I couldn't relate. I could not relate to it. So here I'm going to use foam adhesive, as I had mentioned, but I'm not going to do it on the entire portion. It's not really going to impact the design of the page in any way. I get these from scrapbook.com, and they are great because they come in these little packages like this. They're nice and long, and they're particularly great for shakers. So I guess I make a mess of them too, but all I have to do now is flip this over and go around. They're quite malleable when they're thin like this, so you do have to be a little bit careful there. the little covering came off, but I'm not going to worry about that. Simply tear that off. If it gets too messy, I just throw it out and start over. Because they do come in different thicknesses. That's one thing I wanted to mention. So this is the thinner version, and that's why I said I don't need to use it on the entire page. I'm only going to go around the top portion of this, so that way my little shaker isn't rubbing up against the background of that page. That gives the little sequins a little bit of room there. Because not all shakers have to be super thick and elaborate. They can just be a little decoration on a page. Don't know where I put the other scissors, but I know I have, oh, there they are. Okay. All right, so I'm going to just complete that. It's not going to, what you do want to make sure is that it's, you know, even all the way around, at least in the height of the foam. That way your page isn't wonky at the end. So now I can remove this and just place regular adhesive on the bottom. And the reason for it is because I don't want that little aperture to lift from this one. And which glue am I using? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very, very true. And I don't know, I guess I grew up around people that were, that just had educated conversations. I guess that's what it is, you know? That's the background that I come from, where people could speak about all different types of topics. And no one would, you know, walk away saying, oh, I can't talk to you, or, you know, can't be around you, I have to avoid you now, or none of that. All right, so there we go. That's now adhered. I've got my little foam on that top portion. This bottom portion is going to be more flat. When you're looking at the side of the page, the profile is low still, so you won't even notice that. That's what I was meaning by that tape being one of the thinner ones. It just gives you enough room for that to shake around a little bit. And then here's where the little light switch die cut is going to go. That's what I'm naming it. And this is going to allow me then to add this to my book and have that little aperture where the little lock will function, and then I can stick another one of those little elements in there like I did with the other one. So let me show you what I'm referring to for those of you who got here a little bit later. So in this book, I did that, excuse me, I did that here with the little aperture and the little decorative edge. Then was able to close it with this. So the difference, of course, will be that I get to choose now, do I want this to close with, let me think here. Do I want it to close with another piece that has an aperture in it? And I'm sorry, my throat's getting dry. For instance, I could go ahead and cut an aperture into that little strip that I was showing you earlier. That's also an option. And I'm trying to maneuver these papers. Here it is. Okay. Because I could do that and cut another aperture into that one. That's also an option. Of course, on here, the frame might be a little bit too big. So I could use maybe another piece of that same strip and double it, so that way it doesn't look unfinished. There's a lot of options. There's just so many different ways that you can use these dies, guys. But let me make sure that I have a page for this, because I was going to do the foundation on today's video, but I don't know if you guys want to stick around for that. And maybe that could be page 1. You guys let me know. Let me know, let me know. I also have this portion for the cover. So if you like, you could definitely go crazy and do something like that. To me, that's a bit too much, but I was going to do that as the cover piece for this book because it's a larger page with this color combination. Yeah, Linda, there was something, you know, of course, I'm not telling the whole story because like I said, I didn't want to give a lot of detail. Yeah, but definitely it's like I said to my friend, I was like I was so surprised at my reaction that night just because it was a very, very sensitive topic that we were talking about. But it's also the same reason why, you know, let's just say the lesson to be learned from that private conversations are best to have had in private places. I was in a public place having a private conversation with a person, thinking that the consensus in society is that if someone's speaking to another adult, that if you don't know them, you don't invite yourself into the conversation. I thought that was common knowledge. Turns out it isn't. Hence my surprise at this young woman who inserted herself into a conversation into which she had not been invited and proceeded to scream at the top of her lungs in a public place. That's why I keep saying, I was like, what? What happened here? All right, so I have this. I've got my cover. I've got one of these little guys. I've got acetate. Would you guys like to see the construction of some of a book? Maybe not all of a book, but some of a book. Because I can do that. I have most of everything here. I've got my acetate here, which I thought I had cut. I guess I didn't. So what I can do is just cut it with my scissors. Or just quickly run it through the die cutting machine. I think I'm just going to use my scissors. And, excuse me. You're people that want to teach me a lesson. You know what? I am a perpetual student of life. I keep saying that. And I guess, you know, you got to be careful what you wish for. So I'm just going to trace this because I'm not actually going to cut outside of that line. So just with a little micron pen, I'm going to cut this portion. So we're going to do shaker and another shaker. I'm going to go right inside that line. So if you've never created a shaker page, you just saw me do a framed shaker inside of a page. Now we're going to do the cover as a shaker. What you do is you create a frame, whichever way you want to do it. Mine are never perfect. As I said before, I do not worry about that. You want your aperture to be able to cover, or your frame, I should say, to be able to cover the acetate. And you can get these sheets online. You can get the A5 sheets, if I'm not mistaken, from Tonic Studios. And then what you want to do, of course, is to adhere that onto your frame. You're an official. Oh, welcome back. Yeah, back in the day, things were dealt with quite differently. Quite differently. You know, like I was, my husband and I talk about this all the time, where, of course, I have a military background. So, like this morning, we were chatting in the live chat, and somebody mentioned saying ain't. Because I said when I listened to Karen, I love her Welsh accent. And my husband is American, North American, I should say. I'm not North American. And my first language is Spanish. So when I hear a Welsh accent, first of all, it took me like a year to figure out what anybody was saying. I was like, I love these people. They're so creative, but I cannot understand them. And this is, I'm talking, 6 years ago now, or 5 years ago? I used to watch the Tonic videos, and I was like, oh my gosh, they're so lovely creations, but I really, really had a hard time understanding them. So now I can understand them a little better, but I love it when Karen says, in it. So my husband and I say that to each other now, so I was just letting her know, I pointed out to him, like, yes, Gina, I don't, what it is that I understand certain accents really, really, really well. So if a person's Asian, if they're Indian, if they're Russian, I don't know what it is, but when they speak English as a second language, for instance, I can understand them perfectly. Whereas I've had, for instance, I worked in a place where I had to handle like international calls and things like that. And I would always get the calls transferred to me because other people would say, I have no idea what they're saying, Raquel. I can't understand them. And I'd be like, really? But then the British accent, I'm reading lips like, oh, ooh la la. Like there's no tomorrow. So it took me a long time. Back when Owen and Dan were working there, and they would do videos, and they had these little competitions and things, I would laugh myself silly because half of it was just trying to understand what they were saying. And that's, I had to train my ear, I guess. Oh, goodness. I don't know why that just happened, but... Yep, that's me. Okay, so now the acetate's going to go here. And you can tell I took away the protective layer. So that's important. And guys, if you see little black fuzzies on here, it's because I have a black cat. And when I'm not looking, she comes into this room and her little hairs fly everywhere. So I'm constantly doing that, which I edit out of my recorded videos. But of course, in a live video, you're getting the whole shebang bang. All right, so now we need foam, and we're going to use a skinny foam because that's what I have. But when I watch, even when I watch, yes, now Lynn, I'd be fine with that. When I watch TV, American, just English TV, whatever, I'm reading lips the whole time, depending on the accent. Because not everybody in the U.S. speaks with the same accent either. And even my husband, who speaks with a little bit of a, I don't even know what that accent is, because I thought he was an Amish escapee when I first met him. So that's a story for another day. But even when he talks, I'm like, dude, I don't even know what you're saying. Say it to me in a slow tone, please. Sometimes I'm like, what? Bro, slow it down. But the same happens if you go to a Latin American country, like where I'm from, and you haven't heard Spanish for a while, and your whole family speaks like they're, on fast forward. Same thing. No, Lynn, shh, don't give away my secrets. No, I just stand there, nod my head, and go, no entiendo, no entiendo. Oh, heck yeah, I do, Gina. You know I do. especially, especially if it's something, you know, if I get upset, it's all coming out in Spanish. There's no changing that. It's that's the romance language. We romantically tell you everything we really think. With lots and lots of words. No, but I'm quite respectful actually. Thank you, Linda. Okay, so I got that prepped, and I know I apologize that I'm so slow in my crafting. I know that I am conscious of it. I'm going to grab my front page here. Okay, and I have a plan. I don't know if I'm going to stick to it, but I have a plan here, which is to use this, of course, on the cover. Now you kind of have to think back and forth, right? This is how crafting works. I've got my little cover here, and I'm going to have my spine here. Before I decorate this, I do want to assemble this, because if not, it will not necessarily work too well, because the bulk can sometimes impede things from, you know, working out and all that. So what I did here is, as I had explained earlier, you place your die on the paper. So this is 8.5 by 11. You place it on one end, and then you give yourself the liberty of having that entire portion to then cut back as you like to create the spine of your book. You do that twice, and I hope you guys can see this well. You do that twice, and then what you do is fold one away, fold one toward yourself. So you do a mountain and a valley fold, and you get your front and back pieces of your book. But of course, now you have to determine the thickness of the spine. That is going to be completely up to you. I'm going to cut this down. Oh, wow, that's a new one. Oh, no, you know what you know what's funny? And I proved this a long time ago with some friends. Oh, gosh. That you can say absolutely anything in Spanish. And depending on how you know, how you say it, right? It can sound, oh, so romantic. And you could be telling the person, like, could you empty the dishwasher? You know, because it's all about your mental concept of, you know, what you think it sounds like. Your imagination can take hold, you know. I think I want to do a 2-inch spine. And I will improvise, adapt, and overcome. But I'm going to commit to 2 inches. Let's do that. Sometimes I make them too big, though. Hold on a second. Let me think about this. Do I want a 1 3/4 inch spine? I think so. I'm looking up the other books on my shelf. I don't think I want a very thick spine. I'm going to go with 1 3/4. Let's just do that. He dicho. Caso cerrado. All right, so there's that. I'm placing the fold of my paper at 1 3/4. Okay, because I've already done the folding there. And cutting that down. Equal parts there, if you will. Oopsie, I lost my chat. So, Gina, we say that differently, but I'm not gonna say it because it's not nice. Well, we say it differently. All right, so here's my valley fold. Here's my mountain fold. These are just gonna join here in the middle. Okay, that's as simple as that. And if you want to be super, super careful, you're going to match up these portions. Now, I have a little bit of an undulation there because of the paper being run through the die cut machine. That just happens. I'm not going to worry about it. I didn't even need to point it out. I'm going to adhere this portion onto that one though. Only because this is smooth and this has that pretty linen fabric kind of weave. Mamma mia. And I want that pretty portion facing out. Guys, those glue bottles, I don't know, they're so temperamental sometimes. They can go from working perfectly to, you know, Raquel presses play and then they don't work at all. All right, so I'm going to line this up as best as I can along that edge that I cut. And I apologize if anything is backwards. I'm just left-handed. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Okay, I'm going to burnish that. A little. Sorry, I was looking at the screen. No es un poquito, es mucho, mucho, mucho. Now, we were talking about the romance language. You can romantically tell a person a lot of things. It's like in the South when someone says, bless your heart. Bless your heart doesn't mean bless your heart. Context is always important. Okay, so here's my book. There's my spine. That's as complicated as that gets. I now need the little portion in here, which I did not prepare. So let me get another piece of paper. Oh, okay. So, oh, well, you learn within the context of, you know, your social situation, which is how I initially learned English. Because I tell people the story all the time. I just thought people were walking around going, whoosh, 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 whoosh. And then I'd go home and tell my brother, let's play whoosh, 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 whoosh. I had no clue what anyone was saying. And then I had to learn with a tutor at school. And she would try to give me little candy corn if I said anything right. And I did not know what candy corn was because, again, I'm not from North America, so we didn't have candy corn where I came from. We had better candies, real ones. This woman's handing me candy corn, and I didn't know what to do with it, so she sticks one in her mouth, and she's like, and I go home and tell my mom, my teacher eats erasers. Because that's what I thought she was doing. I was like, she got problems. Oh, gosh. That should go in my book. All right, let me cut this down real quick instead of fighting with that glue bottle. You only need a strip of this about, I'm going to say, 1/4 of an inch shorter than your spine so that your pages aren't poking out. So, if not, use the die from Tonic Studios. I'm not going to use the die, though. So I'm going to cut it at 5 inches tall. That'll be sufficient. And the entire width, so that way I can cut it down as I need it. And I'll show you what that looks like. Did I say 5? I did, right? I said 5? Pretty sure I did. Okay. So depending on how you like this to lay in your book, you can adhere this. Oh, and by the way, you want to make sure that this folds nicely. So I forgot to burnish that. There we go. You want it to lay flat. Okay? And you want your spine to fit within this space, which we said was 1 1/4 inches wide. So now I'm going to grab my score tool, plate, whatever this is called. And I'm going to create a little kind of landing piece that's going to be 1/4 of an inch wide. That's just going to face the front of the book. Yeah, well, I did grow up in a bilingual household, so whatchamacallit, we were, speaking two languages all the time, so that's not, when you grow up with more than one language, it becomes easier. All right, so after that 1/4 inch line, which again, I'm just calling that a landing piece, because that's going to adhere to the actual spine. What I like to do is leave myself about an 1/8 of an inch there. And then from that 1/8 of an inch, that's where I start counting my folds for the actual peaks and valleys. So from that little 1/8 of an inch line, and I don't place it all the way to the edge, guys, because if not, then the measurements are off. But in any case, I then go 1/2 an inch per page, and then 1/4 of an inch space in between the pages. You could of course do it 3/8 of an inch, depends on what you want. I do another 1/8 of an inch just for my page placement, and I'll show you what I mean by that. Okay. Not everybody does that, but it's personal preference. I'm going to do my little 1/4 inch space in between my page. I have 2 pages so far that I can fit. Another inch per page. 3 pages. And then 1/2 an inch, 1/2 an inch. That's 4 pages. I don't really need the little line at the end, the 1/8 of an inch, but I can go ahead and introduce that. And then do my little 1/4 inch space at the end. So now I'm going to measure this and let you know what it adds up to. Okay, guys? Yes, no, Lynn, I do have, yes, because for instance, I learned, it's funny you bring that up, Nolan. I learned to read in Spanish from the equivalent of the King James Bible. So my vocabulary, and I'm trying to put this in frame here so you guys can see it. This is going to measure 5 and 1, 2, let's see, 5.5 plus and 5.5 plus an 1/8 is, hold on a second, 2, 4, 5/8, 5 and 5/8. All right, so this is going to be 5 and 5/8. 5 and 5/8 by 5 inches tall. Okay. So yes, so when I read in my vocabulary in Spanish comes from very old Spanish, or it did at least, initially. So as a child, I had a big vocabulary. I didn't speak broken or slang Spanish or anything like that because that's not how I learned to read. So then when I went to read English, it became, I don't know how to explain it. Like, English to me is such a simple language. Not that the people are simple, because that's not, the equivalent of a simple-minded person, but to me, the language in and of itself seems simple. Okay, so now I'm going to fold these, and I have my little anchoring portion, which is that 1/4 of an inch. I have my mountain, which is my 1 inch entirely, because it's 1/2 and 1/2. In between, I have another 1/4 of an inch, which I'm going to fold. And this is just going to be like an accordion fold, where you go back and forth. And then I'll show you how to adhere it all together. Now, within that first 1/2 an inch, I still have my little 1/8 inch groove, guys. And I like to do that just so that I have a landing for my pages, okay? I just find that that makes it easier. So I'm going to do, let's be, you know, all the mountain folds first. So there's a total of 4 mountain folds for the actual pages. And now I can do all the valley folds in between to get the strips that are going to adhere onto the base of my spine there. And of course, if you have any questions about this, let me know, because my brain is just not like everybody else's. I know it. Yeah, but when I get really, really tired, I think I missed one. Yeah, I did. La 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 la, let's fix that. I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't seem right. Hold on a second. Or no, yeah, I forgot the 1/4 inch in between these two. What the heck? See what I mean? Not perfect, never perfect. Okay, so there's supposed to be a 1/4 inch space here. Let's just pretend I didn't do that. It's going to be all sorts of lines in this. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Okay, there's my 1/4 inch space between those two. Some pages will be closer than others. Just like your rear view mirror. Y'all know what I meant. Okay, last little fold, and then we can get to gluing. Yes, Linda. Yep. And also here in the US, if you, depending on where you live, if you say hood, it's a neighborhood, because that's sometimes people use that as a short way of saying neighborhood. Like if you say, oh, I'm from the hood, people understand that to mean I'm from a particular neighborhood, particularly city neighborhoods. So yeah, context is very important. All right, I'm adhering all of the mountains first, making sure that those are really nice, really nicely adhered there. You're gonna start seeing the pattern when I'm done with this. All of the mountain folds. Some people like to use dry adhesive tape for this. I do not. I actually discourage people from doing that. 1/4 inch, 1/4 inch. Okay. I don't know why that seems like it's not even. That's why my fold. There we go. Now make sure your folds are good. I'm gonna pull back. There we go. Pull back on that paper. Make sure those folds are really nice. There we go. And I have one more here. I keep reaching for my gun, which is not working today. It retired itself. I don't know why my I don't know why my chat is hiding certain words. I don't know why it's doing that. All right, so there's that. See here, the temperature fluctuates in one day quite a lot, and that's why I discourage the use of the dry tape. Because, for instance, if I were to use it on my crafts, all of my items would fall apart. Okay, so here we have our little spine portion. Not entirely equal, but we're going to pretend that it is for the sake of this video. I'm going to try to make sure, though, that these are nice and separated here. Don't want it to have any less than a 1/4 inch space in between. Don't know what I did, but I think one of these guys needs to move back a little more. There we go. There we go. I'm just going to fold it as I see fit so that it folds nicely. All right, so I think one of my mountain folds is a little less than 1/2 inch, but you get the idea. You're going to have these little teeth that kind of stick out of the spine of your book, and that's where you're going to adhere your pages. So this can now transfer over here, and you can fit it in between that space. Okay, so if it's a little bit wider than the spine of your book, you can always shorten one of those sides a little bit, because you still have that folded portion. So it's okay if it overlaps that. I don't mind that too much. But I do like to start with a little bit of room toward the beginning, just in case I want to add bulk to the page, then I can do that. It gives me a little more freedom there. But now what I'm going to do is adhere this onto that spine. And the important thing, of course, is that you allow yourself room in between the pages and also from the top and bottom of your book, so that when you add your pages, they don't accidentally poke out of the top or bottom. So I'm going to spread this out kind of evenly here as best as I can, starting there on that fold. And of course, I'm doing this, trying to focus on keeping this within sight of you guys. So I'm going to use this tool to press down on that and hold these down as straight as possible. Okay. You do want this paper, however, to be able to fold back and forth on this. I'm going to pull on that. It will have a tendency to pull in, so I like to kind of pull it toward that edge a little bit. And this is why I haven't let go of the paper, because I'm actually stretching it a tiny bit, because you have to remember that paper is fiber, and it's okay to stretch it as you go to achieve the results that you want. It's kind of like fabric in a way. So I do that. Woohoo! It's okay if I press down like that. It's not going to hurt anything. Okay. Get my little channels adhered. And then the last one toward the very end. If that, again, if that supersedes that edge, I'm not going to worry about it, because I can always cover that up. And I usually do. I just end up covering it up with another piece of paper. And I call it a decoration. That way I don't have to worry about being perfect. Because as I said before, it's never going to happen. Not on this channel anyway. So there's that. Now typically I let this dry overnight before I add any pages. But today what I'm going to do is that I can cover at least the front here, because I want to do that pretty shaker on the front, and I'm going to show you guys how to do that. But here's the spine from the top. Hopefully you guys can see that. And this is going to fold here. So that fold is actually going to end up folding this as well. But I haven't adhered that all the way to the edge. So I'm okay with that, because again, I'm going to keep training this paper, by the way. And before I finish it, and I should probably show you a finished book so that you see what I'm talking about. Before I finish it, I can go ahead and, Let me show you guys another book real quick. I'm trying to figure out which book I should show you here. So I have quite a few, but I want to make sure that the spine looks the same. Let's see here. Maybe this one. Let's see, but this one has fabric. I was trying to find a book that's similar. I have to peek, guys, because I forget what the spines look like. Yeah, that one ends there. And here. Yeah, see here, I just covered it at the end with a strip of paper. And then I put vellum in between. Yep, that's how I finished that one. So I could do the same here if I wanted to. And then that's going to be a real cute way to add something different to that. Or, let me see. Let me take a peek at this one real quick. Now this one I did fabric, and this was with Tonic Studios dies. But I wanted to use fabric, so I actually used the dies to cut gray board, and then I covered the gray board with fabric. And I actually stitched... Wow, I can't believe I did that. All right, I stitched that on there with a sewing machine. So I don't even remember, guys. But see the back? I did add a strip, and then I added a little embellishment there. But that whole panel there is stitched. So I don't know if I did that on a video or not, because I don't even remember how I did that. But those are different options. But if you see there, there's plenty of room in between the cover and the pages, because I was creating super bulky pages. But that's up to you how you do them. What's important is that you fit into your book what you want. I'm not going to create super bulky pages here. But if I wanted to, because of the way that I created the spine, I do have at least 3 pages where I can do that. The back page, what I can do is that I can create bulk, but not so much. Not as much as the other pages. Now, because of the way that this folds, I can actually even do this. And this isn't, you know, an everyday thing, but I could actually cut that portion away because I have plenty there to anchor it onto the spine, and it's not going to hurt anything. So because I want a clean finish there, I think that's what I'm going to do. And guys, normally I don't go back and forth like that. I make all these decisions on my own and then do my tutorials, but it's good to know these things just so that you know that you have options when you're creating a book. And see, that's all covered in beautiful, beautiful, beautiful hair. I'm going to take my metal ruler. Oh, that sounds adorable. I would have loved anything like that when I got married. I would have loved for anyone to surprise me with any kind of pictures, you know? Because those candid photos are sometimes the best ones you get. Oh, I lost a bee. My bee book. I'm going to do this. It's a little book surgery. Although, I'm thinking scissors should probably be fine to remove that excess. I just don't want to ruin it, of course. But if I'm good at looking, I could do it. But I think I'm going to do my metal ruler here. Okay, I'm just going to remove a tiny little excess there of paper that I have. Because again, I was stretching that paper to fit. And voila, decision made. And now my book is perfect on the inside. It's going to close perfect, all that good stuff. So there's always a workaround for everything. Let's do this already because I'm taking too long. I'm going to do the cover. I'm going to add some sequins and place my little shaker on the front. What I think I want to do is I'm wondering if I should decorate the inside first with the little hats and such, like I did before, because I really like that. I like the look of the little hats on the inside, but I can always place them on the outside also. Maybe I'll do that instead, just to make it super different. But I have my little latch here to close the book. Or I could add it for, you know what, this could be a really cute pen holder. I wonder if that would fit. Sorry guys, I'm thinking about too many things at once. Maybe I was trying to think of how to close the book with the shaker on the front, all that good stuff. And I have the option of doing more than one thing. That's what's got my mind going here. Gonna have to move some things. Bear with me, guys. So I want to be able to access my stuff because I had this strip, which I can cut. Actually, I have another one, and I can have this be one of the ways in which I close this. But then that entails having a magnet on here, and I want it to be accessible to this piece of paper. So this is what I mean, that you need some forethought. And the thing is that I would have to adhere something on the back of this to hide the magnet, because I'm not going to be able to have that piece of paper touch that one. So I hope you guys understand my madness here. So I could actually take this very strip of paper and use that for my own question. Let's do this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is place this back here and just adhere it onto that. Even if it looks like madness temporarily, I'm going to be able to hide it. Because that's where I'm going to hide the magnet. So I'm going to place a magnet there. You know, that's a great idea, Linda. I agree, I agree. So I'm just reaching for a magnet here. Apparently I put them in Fort Knox. I don't know why. Let's see here. I guess I really treasure those. They are under lock and key. I'm going to use some double-sided adhesive. Place this magnet here. Wepa. It flew. I like to give myself some room there. Okay, so that's going to go there. And you mentioned some of these pieces. Tick, 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 tick. Cutlery pieces to put back there. I think the only thing is that it's going to be a minute to cut those out. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to try to plan this to have the title, of course, on here on the top this time around. So I think I'm just going to keep it to shaker bits. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. And then I'll add these later. I wish I had planned it earlier, but I only cut these yesterday, so I didn't really have time to do all of that. But what I'm going to do here is adhere this onto this portion of this page. And I can use the grid on my table to plan this out so that I give myself enough room here. And I think I want it more toward, let's see here, right about here. I'm going to use this as my way to try to straighten this as best as possible. And I think I'm happy with that. Yeah, I think that's going to be a good closure for that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is place my matting layer. And this would be fun if I had a photo, but I didn't think of that. Would have been neat to put one in there. But again, at least you can grab some ideas and run with them. Okay, so that's front cover with that. I'm going to show you guys how I did another book before I leave you today, so that you see how I've incorporated this kind of thing in another book and created it as a way to incorporate a photo inside of the shaker, and that was so much fun to do. Because I essentially double matted the shaker in and of itself. Which, by the way, I could do that. But then I'd have to cut another frame, and you guys don't want to be here for that. So, anyway, I wish I had thought of that sooner. Because then all you need is another aperture. So let's pretend that I had another one of these with acetate, with the frame. Then you would just sandwich this and then stick that on top. And only adhere from, say, from like here down, and then you could have a little pocket for a photo. Because I did that on another book, and I'll show you guys what that looks like. I'm literally trying to remove cat hair from my paper. Oh, oy vey. That bothers me so much. Okay, here we go. She comes in here, and it flies through the air. It's my little kitty cat. She's a furry puff. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is just place this right on top. I'm going to walk this through. That's going to go right there. Super easy. It's a little bit too low. Hold on. A little too low. Let's start again. I have to lift the paper, guys, so I apologize that I'm not in frame if I'm doing this because I can't otherwise see it. There we go. I'm going to try to evenly place this around. Here we go. All right, so I just took 1 second. All right, so I've got my little strap in there. It's holding that magnet. Remember that. And on here, of course, you could cut that away. You can wrap it around. You can create all sorts of chaos. It's whatever you like. I try to go with whatever's easiest at the moment. Because too much planning just makes it unfun for me. Okay, I can now cover this on the back to have my double layer here. Okay, and then I can do whatever here, or I can also add a folding page to this. And you could do a smaller page. You can do 2. It's up to you. Let's see here. I have another piece here. So you can stagger these. That's what I did in the other book. I staggered some of them. So you could definitely do something like that. I think that would look really cute. So let's go with that. All I have to do here is fold these along that line. And I'm going to go here, give myself a little tab. And it's the distance that you prefer, of course. And before I mat these, I'm going to first place them on here so that I know where I want them on my page. So I'm just folding these away. Okay, I have my little tabs there. And these can go on my page, only adhered on that side. Like that, just staggered one way to the bottom and one slightly above that. And it's going to look like just one even piece on that side. So I'm first going to adhere the bottommost one, and to prevent bulk, you can definitely cut that diagonally before you adhere it. So again, that's the bottommost one. Just going to wrap it around the side of that page like that. The second one will wrap around as well, but I'm going to bring it all the way down there so that it's butted up against the first one. And then, because of the way that I want this to close, I will only need a magnet on one of them. So Linda's saying I'd taken them off my phone on a tiny printer. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. I have one of those, and I think it's so adorable. They're kind of, they remind me of receipts when you print them out. And I love little tiny details like that. So here's where I'm going to place a magnet, and of course that's going to be covered by a matting layer. But now this entire piece here, which I can still add something to on this side if I wanted to, such as a little closure here. So let me see what I've cut out. I think I might be able to. Yep. Okay. So I have this one as well. Now, mind you, I could have cut another little square here. Again, I wish I had thought ahead, because I totally would have done that. Actually, yeah, I can still do that. Yes, I can. So let me cut a little aperture into this little strap. And this is how it goes. You just play and play and play and keep playing, and something will come of it as you craft, right? Sometimes the more spontaneous you allow yourself to be, at least for me, I create much better that way than if I plan too much. This is, you know, life can be all about planning, but for me, creativity is best when it's allowed to flow. Now I've got my little aperture there. I'm gonna make sure I don't lose my dies. Thank you so much, Linda. I appreciate you. I love to share this sort of thing because it should be peaceful, relaxing. It should not be stressful at all. And you guys, I like to show all of the mistakes that I make, because sometimes I have to go back and revisit ideas, and I realize when I do that I'm like, you know what, it's so much more fun when it's just like, you know, just let it flow. I don't know, I hope I'm describing that okay. So you see what I mean? This can go here and help us to close this. And if you're really, really picky, you can try to line it up with this one, right? So let's go ahead and be picky, all right? Line it up here so that it looks like it just came from the same place. Oh yeah, I need this here. I forgot about that. And let's see here. It's gonna close down here, but I need to see the other strap. Oh, it's a little too tall, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, if I line it up with the previous one, it's gonna be way up there. Yeah, I don't like that. Changing the game. I'm gonna line it up down here so that there's room here for whatever else I want to add. So before I think too much about it, I'm simply going to place that here, fold that back, and try to make sure that's nice and straight. Adhere only the back, wherever it is that you want it. Here. Okay. Ay, mamma mia. I keep forgetting about the it's out of service. It needs a little sign. I am on break. I am not working today. I refuse to work. Okay, here we go. Now the page can go down. Yes, yes, yes. And we shall mat it later. Okay. But at least you get the foundation ideas there. Oops. And one big X-nay. All right. Everybody gets stuck down there. And you, of course, want to make sure it's even Steven all the way around because it's a shaped page. You don't want to dilly-dally with your glue. You want to go ahead and press, press, press all the way around. And as soon as you have that positioned nicely, get yourself your spatula and press on that as best as you can. I like to open my page, and this is what's going to spread that adhesive around evenly. If you are hardwired as I am and don't like that undulation at the bottom, the only way that I've been able to prevent that is to use 300 GSM paper in between the layers, sometimes up to 2. So it's 600 GSM. That's the only way that I've ever been able to prevent that. When I use this 80-pound cardstock, it always does that because the fibers tend to stretch. So at some point, you have to just decide what is detrimental in your life. And if it's not, let it go like Elsa. So that's going to close here with our little loop-de-loop. So if you remember this, this is going to adhere on that back piece of paper. So if you like it, you can do it as one little loop. You can do it sideways. It's up to you how you adhere that. If you want to, you can also cut the aperture into your matting layer and then, you know, do your thing. So let's find a piece of paper that looks cute. Let's see here. Got a lot of papers. So let's just say, let me think what size, if I were to do that. Woo, that's too much. Nope, not doing that. Got my other pages. I don't know if I have a matting layer for that just yet, so I think I might have to hold off on that. Unless, let me see here. Nope, not that one. But just to give you an idea, right? Let's just say that that fit there. You could do it like that, okay? Just to give you a visual there. I'm trying to find a piece of paper, but I don't think that I cut one for that. And I don't know if I want to do the ivory on top. I don't think I do. See, my friends, this is where the mind goes, ooh, 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 what do I do? Which paper? Which paper? So I have this one. It's so pretty. There's this side and then there's this side. I think with half of this I can cover this whole thing, or part of it anyway. Because it's not an entire page. Let me see here. What I can do is cut one of these. So this is the second size down. Yeah, that's what I think I can do there, because I'm going to be able to add a border. So let's go with that idea. Y'all will know what I mean in a minute. So let's cut that. And the cool thing is that, I don't know if I mentioned this, I don't think I did, that with the exception of the largest page, everything else is going to fit on your small cutting plate. So if you have a 6-inch wide machine and you haven't yet invested in one of the larger ones, you can still get this die set. You just won't be able to create the largest of the pages, but that's okay. Until you decide that's something you want to do, you can still craft with the smaller dies and still get a really cute result. Now, on here, you now decide, do you want another matting layer? Do you not? You don't need it, but it's up to you. What's cool is that you can then take your paper cutter and you can determine how much of this is going to be the matting portion, and then combine a different color up here, which I think will look really cool. So what I can do here is simply take up, sorry guys, I'm over here thinking y'all can see everything. My apologies. So I flip this backwards just to make it easier on myself and determine how much of an edge I want. I'm going to say about 1/8 of an inch from the bottom. Typically I do 1/16, but in this case, that edge is what I want to show. So if you want an exact measurement, this is going to end up being 4 and about 3/8, just shy of 4 3/8 inches tall for that particular page. So if you're transcribing, write it down. If not, just wing it. Make it like a chicken wing. All right, so there's that. And let's hide our magnet. Where's my pokey took tool? Pokey. Here you are. These tools become like your children. You're like, did I not tell you to stay there? Why are you all the way over there? All right, so I'm going to cover this. Place it on the page. I'm going to take the little loopity-loop. And the loopity-loop is going to go through here. This needs to be folded, mountain, valley, valley, mountain, mountain, valley. That's going to poke through there. And as I did before in the other video, I just use the tape. People, use the tape. Do not get angry at your paper because it moves. Just use the tape. And more tape. Use all the tape. If you want accuracy, use all the tape. These are the things you guys don't see in the tutorials. And then place your adhesive on the outermost little, I don't know what to call that. The outermost portion. Stick it down. Remove the tape. And you quickly want to squeeze that in a little bit because you need the lift in that. You need to be able to lift that up to hide your little utensils behind it. All right. So you don't need a whole lot of adhesive. You don't want it seeping out of the edges. Just a tiny little drop. Boom. You've got that. And if you want to, you can do as we did on the other one and do your little light switch cover for that little area. It'll look super duper cute. This portion's not going to go to waste. We're going to use it here. And then what I'm going to do is just cut a different portion there. Now, see how that's got that pretty decorative edge there? We want to take advantage of that. Don't leave it incomplete, but it's not a perfect straight edge. So I'm going to play with that and just cut it exactly as it's designed instead of making it, y'all know what I mean. Don't fight against it. Work with it. Work with your paper. So I'm gonna just do that. It's gonna look super cute. So I'm just cutting it right at that edge. Boom, just like that. If you want, you can even reserve that one and place it underneath. So you just keep playing around with your papers until you achieve the look that you like. Why not? I'm going to take one of these, but I think I need to cut it smaller. Yep, I'm going to use this portion. No, what is this one? Second page. Okay, this one. I'm going to use that one and cut it out of a different color there to create like a tiered look. And if you don't end up with 5,000 pieces of paper on your table, it's because you're doing it wrong. All right, so clearly we don't need the whole entire thing. And you know what I did, guys? I had the clever idea of reorganizing my room, and now I can't find anything. Don't you love it when that happens? Okay, so obviously here we don't need the entire thing. So you only need about 2.5 inches. Yeah. That's what I'm calling it. Grazie, grazie. 2.5, we said. That's a good number. You can make it a little bit bigger just in case if you're like me and doubt everything. And then the width, 4 1/8. Let's make it 4 1/4 just to be safe. Let's get our die. And which one is it? This one, right? Double check. Measure twice, cut once. We shall. Place this here. Should be perfect. Tack it down and cut. Cut, cut, cut. Guys, I use a load of this tape because I have no patience. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Lynn. And thank you, Gina. Oh, and Sandra, thank you. Yeah. We all do it, you know. It's kind of funny how you almost develop a relationship with your tools and you expect it to follow, you know, follow the orders, the expectation, and then all of a sudden it hits you like, wait a minute, I am not Belle. I am not in a mansion with little things that float. These are inanimate objects. What? They're not doing what I want them to do? What the heck? Lumiere! Don't mind me, folks. It's just my imagination. All right, so let's do this. Come on, glue. See what I mean? You end up talking to your things. That's going to go there. It's going to create a little bit of a visual contrast against that, which is going to lighten things up and match the strap. So that's, you know, kind of important there if it matters to you. Do our another little piece. It's going to fit right into the grooves of that, and that's what's really cool. So then you can move it up, down, whatever. You can do your little strip at the bottom if you would like to. Personal preference, of course, because that one's not going to have the same exact embossing. So it's up to you if that's something you like. If you find that it covers up the picture and you don't like that, then don't use it. But you can create a pocket here. So let's only adhere the bottom 3 sides there, because that's an embellishment opportunity and we shall take it. Because then you can slip a little picture in there if you want. Or the portion of the recipe you don't want to share. Your little secrets of how it is that you actually finish that recipe that you refuse to tell your family about. Just put it in a pocket. Be like, it was there all along. I don't know what you're talking about. All right. Boom, boom, boom. This needs a spatula, so let's make a spatula. Let's make a glittery one, why not? Oh, wait, I have this. Get over here. Oh, this one. Oh, that's just big enough to make a spatula, isn't it? Nope, it isn't. Ah, darn. Let's see, what can I make with it? Can I make a whisk? Ooh, it's stuck to my magnet. Can I make a whisk? Please tell me yes. Yes, yes, yes. I'm making a whisk. Okay, whisk it is. And somewhere in here is a shadow for that whisk, and I better find it because I'm going to need it. I need an assistant, guys. So I'm going to grab my dies and put them back for me so that I don't lose them as I'm crafting. Even though I have the exact tool necessary for that. Do you think I use it? Of course not. All right, let's go ahead and cut. And again, a million pieces of tape. Because no one's got time for crying. I'm gonna cry. I'm getting a workout here because I'm having to stretch so far to cut the paper. Getting my obliques. There we go. I do need the shadow though, guys, so I hope you can bear with me. If not, I'm just gonna have to stick this in here like this, and you guys know what I mean. That's gonna fit in there because I don't know what I did with the shadow, guys. It's somewhere in this room. And it's probably right by my feet, if I had to guess. Oh, hello, Ladybug. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the shaker zone. Wait, no, that's not it. I almost got all excited thinking I found it. Oh, I found it. I found it. Yes, I found it. Okay, we'll be able to do our little shadow. What color should I use? Probably pink, huh? Yes, yes, yes. Let's do pink. So that it all matches. And then we'll do page 1 with our other little shaker. I hope it's not too repetitive. I don't think it will be. But in all honesty, I don't think it actually matters. Because every book is, you know, it's your book. So you make it however you want to make it. Alright, so I'm going to use this as my shadow. It won't compete with the pink. It'll actually bring out the pink in that, which I think is quite darling. And then what I'll do is, in that same line of reasoning, I'll make that matting layer pink as well. And then it'll all be cohesive. Yes, repeat, rinse, repeat. Especially if you're working with a theme. Like I remember when I was doing the album with the little critters, the forest animals or whatever they're called. Can't remember their names, but I was a little bit worried about that. I was like, is it gonna be too many frogs? But it all worked out in the end. It's like, well, you know, they do have families, right? With the little pandas and the frogs, and I was like, I wonder if pandas ever run into a frog. Do they notice? Oh, the silly things that pop into my mind. All right, so there's that. We have a shadow, people. Now, in other videos, I have mentioned, and I am being honest when I say that. Normally, these types of things, you know, for a live video, I'm only doing this once. Separately, behind the scenes, I'm going to cut this at least 4 times before I add it to a book and layer that really nice and thick, because I like the elements to be, you know, not too flimsy when I go to handle them, or if I'm going to sell or gift this, fighting with the glue again, then I want the person to be able to touch those without feeling like they're going to fall apart in their hands. So that's where you save your scraps and then use that, particularly the thicker 300 GSM paper. All those little bits I keep in a, you know, like an envelope bigger than that, and that's where I use it. But there's our little whisk, and that can go right in there. Super darling. Next. Oh, look at that. Good thing I found that. Oh my goodness. My little spoon magnet thingy. Or I mean, y'all know what I mean. The die. I was stuck to the magnet. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to move this aside a second. And let's do page 1, which was the one we prepared, excuse me, at the very beginning of this video. The little shaker one. So cute. We're going to put that here. Now, I do need a way to close this, right? Because we have this portion cut out, and that means that this needs to have something behind it. So I'm going to grab another page, and here you have the option. Do you want to continue with the same size as the cover, or do you want to make smaller pages? That's up to you. I'm debating in my mind at the moment. Do I want to do them large or small? Because it will look cute if I have that on there, but I didn't create a hinge on this, although I can still create one. Choices. What do you guys think? Should I do the large page or should I do smaller pages? Because I have those cut out. Oh, goodness. Guys, I jumped ahead. Let's quickly do this, because I did say I was going to put pink back here. But let me just do that and get it out of the way. So I want to finish at least one. So that's going to go there. And this is Ballet Pink, if you're not familiar with Tonic Studios paper. And that is the largest complementing die cut. Again, I like to use a spatula to make sure that adhesive goes all the way up and down, side to side. Takes 2 seconds. Boom. All right. These can be decorated. You don't have to. It's up to you. But boom. Look at how cute that looks. Isn't that adorable? Let me look at the chat. Let's see here. I can't lift much anymore. I don't think I'm getting any opinions on page sizes. So, with your permission, I will move along because I can do these smaller pages. That's what I had planned on doing. Choices, guys. Now that I have it in front of me, I'm befuddled. I don't know if I should do the small ones or the larger ones. There's no wrong answer. Do you guys think I should continue with the large ones? I know, Gina. That's the problem. It's precisely my problem. It's my decision. I don't know what to do. I kind of like that, but I kind of don't. I don't know. Let's do another big one. Just for kicks and giggles. Let's do that one. And then that way we'll be able to do this doohickey thingy with the opening here. And match that in a way, sort of, kind of. You know what I mean? So we'll do that. And I think behind here, I can do another pink, right? To match the front page. I can do this on the front. Oh my gosh, I love the way that that looks. Okay. So I'm obviously going to have to create a hinge. Oh well, such is life. I will survive. However, on here, what I think I want to do is use that die that creates the little pockets. Thank you, Eve. Thank you for being here, darling. So let's do the little slits on here. And then I'm going to stagger them. So I have to be mindful of the fact that back here, there is going to be, and I'm just going to trace it because I know my mind how it goes. And you guys know I have the attention span of a fruit fly. So let's just do this here. Like that, right? Yeah, at this point, I'm just doing the album for fun. I'm not even going to worry about how and when and all that jazz, because, girlfriend, I have a whole wall of them. Ask me when's the last time I actually filled one with photos and actually kept it. Because normally I either, I'll either sell them or, and if I do, then I leave instructions for the person on how to fill it in. If not, then I gift them. And at that point, then, you know, depending on the situation, let's just leave it at that. Depending on that, then it will or will not have photos in it. And then that's just a matter of printing them, yada yada, you know, all the good stuff. Okay, so my little square paper is going to go there. I'm going to try to neaten that up. And don't ever organize your room before a craft live video, because you will not know where anything is. I promise you. I know that I have an eraser. Where is it? No clue. Here it is. Found it. Okay, I got it. All right. Just a tiny little bit of erasing, which I'm now going to regret because I think my eraser is not a nice one. Well, we shall be covering that later on. We know that. All right. I'm fighting with my drawers. There we go. Okay. Whew. Whew. All right, so this is going to go here. We need a little latchy thing, but we want to use this so that we can add little tags and whatnots. So we have to avoid that little area. That's what I was, you know, trying to get at. So I'm going to place it here instead, right above it. So if we're talking numbers, it's 1, 2, 3.5 inches above that little latch. Flip it, stick it, cut it. I know. I'm better at making albums than anything. The required photos is like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean I started that scrapbook 20 years ago and I've yet to finish it? There's so many things to do. My excuse is that I do this as part of a team. Actually, 2 teams. And that's my excuse. That's the only one that I can come up with. So that's the one I'm going to use. All right, so the same way I did the other page, I'm going to do it again because I think it looks super cute. Please do remove these before you cut a second time if you're going to, because if not, you're going to get those grooves in your paper. All right. And then over here, I'm going to stagger it because I think that looks adorable. And that's going to give us another chance for another set of tags. Okay. Now, one thing I forgot to mention. Make sure your plate covers your entire page, because if not, you're going to get those grooves. And I do that all the time. Guys, I'm going to be like, I'm going to have guns. And I mean arms. From all the die cutting. I'm going to be so strong one of these days. Not right now, but one of these days. All right, let's do that and that. Now, there's another little thing you can do, my darlings, because you don't just have to do that. You can, but you don't have to. And by the way, this is what will fit in here, okay? In case you're wondering, you can do that. You can layer it with that. So let's just go ahead and do that real quick, just to show you. Boom, 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 boom. Tag. If you don't have that die set, get it. You will want to, because you're going to want to be able to make all your little tags and the cutie things, right? Here's another one. So let's just do that. We want to complete our pages. And look at that. I cut into the page. That's the front page of the paper collection. It feels sacrilegious to do that, but you have to do it. You have to cut the paper. If you don't cut into it, you don't use it. If you don't use it, it stacks, collects dust, and ends up in a garage sale, and nobody wants that. All right, do the small tag up top, big tag on the bottom. If you're going to do it like this, by the way, you don't have to do it that way. I just thought that would look cute. Okay. Come on, get in there. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Okay, so we're just page planning at the moment, right? So we need our little thing there. I think a white one will, let's see. Yeah, that'll look cute. Could do that. And that's ivory, not white. Do that. Cut it out of this. Yes, you can get the other kinds. No, Lynn, the thing is that this paper is designed to match that. So when you cut into those tags, if they have a different shape, you can't do that, but it won't match the actual paper design. So do what I say. I'm gonna be a Karen. Do what I say. Get it. Just get it now. Because Raquel said so. That's what you tell your husband when the bank account goes ding ding. Raquel said so. She made me do it. And then just give him my email. So if he has, you know, something to say, it'll go right into my spam box anyway. Oh gosh, I'm having too much fun. Me? I'm too sweet. Oh, thank you. It's just a silly word. You know, I watched a video recently and the guy said that about a woman. I was like, that's not nice. Why is he calling her that? Because if that happens to be your name, you're not going to be happy about somebody, you know what I mean? Using it as like a slur almost. Like, that's not nice. They shouldn't be doing that. But it seems like, I don't know, I guess I can't relate to the... I'm too old for that. Alright, so there goes that. This is our next page. It's going to go here. All you need is adhesive on that little, in Spanish that's called a pestaña. Like a lash. But in English, it's something else. Y'all help me out. I don't know what mountain, whatever thingy. You want it to line up with the bottom of your previous page before you stick that down, okay? You also want to make sure that when you're adhering this to the spine, okay? That you're allowing room here so that your paper can fold entirely. That's why I'm doing it like this with the page facing down, because that way I know exactly how much room I'm allowing between those papers. Instead of sticking it like this, for instance, and thinking all is well, and then running into, oh no, that won't fold now. Okay, guys? Just a little pointer. That's why y'all are here. That's why you're watching this tutorial, because you know I don't gatekeep. So I'm going to add the adhesive to my little eyelash. Right there. Okay? Hold the paper. It's against the bottom edge. I didn't move it. It might look a little crooked there. Don't worry about that. Just fold that over. All right? Because you can always fix it. Okay? Just don't want that to navigate too far away from that hinge. And what's crucial is that it matches the bottom of your cover. Okay? So I'm going to press. Now I'm going to open it and press it on the into mamma mia, in the other direction. Okay? Now, if there's a little bit of a gap here, I don't worry too much about that. The papers are the same color. And I'm not going to get stopped by the police or anything to ask me why. What I'm going to do is pull this out a little bit more actually on the top, so that the top and the bottom are equal, okay? So that way it's pretty from the top of my album as well, when I close it. So I go back and forth there. And this one is a little bit too close to that spine actually, so I'm gonna lift it up and try again. I'm gonna move it out a little bit more. Now, if your paper tears a little bit, guys, I just put a little glue on top of it and keep it moving, okay? All right, so I'm just gonna hold that. I need a little more glue actually because it dried on me. I'm gonna do that. So that's why I had scored it with the extra little line, was so that it wouldn't be too close to that edge. Okay. Again, I'm gonna look here, and it looks okay. It's a little bit close to that edge, so you can see a little bit of that page, but nothing is lost on that. All right. Down here, I had a little bit of a smidge there that came out, so I'm just gonna put a little dot there of adhesive. This will dry clear. And what I do is take a metal spatula, if I can find it, or a metal ruler, if I can find it. Here they are. And then just press on it for 2 seconds. So that way it dries nicely and my paper won't lift. Sometimes I use the back of my fingernail because every now and then, if I move a piece of paper, that happens. All right. Let's do our foundation here in pink to match the front cover. Oops. Now, I said before, it's up to you if you want these little strips to be out like that. They don't have to be. You can, if you would like to, take a strip of paper, and I'm looking for my my glitter paper here that I had cut previously. You can take a little strip and put it there to cover that portion. I think that would look so cute. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I have oh yeah, you know what? The dies from the handbag. Well, I happen to have some from a different brand. Shh, don't tell anybody. And I'm gonna use that. I think that's what I want to do. And I'm just going to cut some strips here real quick. Okay, so I'm just going to place this here. So if you happen to have grabbed the handbag dies, you'll be able to do this with the die that cuts the strips. There's 2 of them actually, so you could use either one. Actually, no, you'll have to use the whiter one. And you may have to use it more than once. So let me cut this real quick. And if you don't know what I'm referring to, I'm talking about the dies that came with this. You have actually this option here. In fact, I forgot I had some. Okay, so you can use that. What do you guys think? Should I put it in there? You also have the thinner ones. I don't know if I want to add gold to this book, but it won't look horrible if I do that. That'd be kind of cute, don't you think? You know what? Let's do that. After I cut the other paper. Whatever. Because if not, it'll go to waste, and I don't want that to happen. So let's do that. Because then what I'm going to do is put little pearls or little gems in those little apertures. I'm so glad that was there. So I'm going to put that right there on top. It's just a little improvisation that happened to work. And I love it when that happens. Okay, so there's that one. You guys know those tags are still able to move. It's just a little take on that page that's a little different than the others. I'll do the second one here. And of course, if you hate gold, just do it in another pastel color. Do it in the bubblegum pink. That's not really pink. Or do it in this pretty blue, whatever you like. Okay, so that's gonna go there. And we need a hinge here, okay, guys? To help this work out, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to cut it separately, because remember, I hadn't planned for that to be a top page. It just happened that way. Take that out of the way. So now what I'll do is take another piece of that cardstock to make it match, of course. Oop, there's another little tag. I'm going to make it the height whatever I want, because at this point it won't truly matter so long as it fits the page. So what I'm going to do here is measure up to about 4, I'm going to make it 4.5 inches tall. Yeah, I know, the coral pinky bubblegum whatever. I don't know. What's important is that this can wrap around this and adhere behind it. So I need here at least, let's see here. That's 1/2 inch, 3/4. I'm going to say 1.5 inches, just to be a little generous. Because that's going to adhere here and then wrap behind the page, right? Yeah, I think that's going to work. And I had said 4 inches, right? 4? Was it 4? My memory is so small. Let's see here. No, I said more than that. I said 4 3/4, I think, or 4 3/4. Let's just do that, just to anchor it really nicely. 4 3/4. And I'm sorry if I was out of frame there, but it's just a piece of paper. We're gonna fold it so that we have a piece in the front and a piece in the back. Now what's important here is that this is going to have that little aperture facing exactly where we traced it there. We need enough here to wrap behind our page and adhere onto this. So I want that pretty linen portion facing up. I'm going to score that maybe 1/4 of an inch there, so that I know exactly where to put the adhesive, and I'm just going to gently score that, or maybe 3/8 of an inch. That way I have enough surface area there for the adhesive. I'm going to match that up with the bottom of the page. And guys, this is only because I had cut away that edge, guys. If you want to use the actual die and cut it with that, you know, extended edge, then you don't have to do this. So that's just my little gauge there on where I'm going to place my page. But if you have other dies, for instance, maybe not this collection, and you want to learn how to create a page, then this is as simple as it is. Just add a hinge. Okay, so just make sure it's nice and straight, top to bottom. Now I'm going to, whoopsie, forgot to measure. Always measure, measure, measure. And okay, I'm gonna make sure that it matches little tick marks that I can make here. So Linda says, before I got my daylight lamp, I'd be crafting at night in the morning. Oh yeah, that can happen very easily. That's why I have an OTT light, which has, you know, that natural light component to it. And I have two other ones. I have 3 lights on my surface here. Now that's because, you know, of course I'm filming, but it helps to get a real idea of what the colors are. All right, so here I gave myself another 1/2 inch here to be able to fold away. And that's going to make it, I don't like this thing. It's going to make it so that I have room there. Okay. Burnish that. We're going to adhere it, again, being mindful of the little window. That's going to go wrapped around that page. Glue it there. And of course you don't want to glue it onto any tags, so you may want to remove those before you proceed. But I'm going to make sure that reaches the edge, that it matches my little window there. Okay. We need our little loop-de-loop thing, which I probably lost by now because I'm consistent. Very, very consistent. Consistently losing everything. Let me get this off of here real quick. I'm going to cut another one if I can't find the original. I know I cut a loop. I said it was ivory and everything. I saw myself do it. Do you know where it is? No, I don't know where it is. I want to live somewhere else. Where are the dies? Here it is. Ay, ay, ay. Let's do it again. I will find it in 3 weeks. That's okay. I'm not going to be offended or anything. All right. Shall cut it again. Ah, and it flies. Okay. Guys, it literally flew. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, come on now. Get over here. It flew away. My apologies, guys. These things happen. Thank God for those magnets, because if not, I don't think I could craft. This is why I add so much tape, because every now and then it slips away. Okay. There we go. Got my little latch. Gonna put it away before I lose the die. And now we can complete that page by placing this here. And as I had said before, you fold away, fold toward you, fold away, fold toward you. It looks like a little band-aid. That's what's going to go here. Because I use the pencil lines, I don't truly need to fuss with it too much. But I do want to erase those lines if I can. I think I want to use a mono eraser. I think that's going to be better on my paper. Because that pencil, my goodness, it wanted to stay for a while. If you do use a sand eraser, just be gentle so that you don't accidentally rip into your paper. All right, so in any case, that's going to go here. All right. Going to try to place it in the middle. I can't hold it. Come on now. Here we go. Use the tape, as I said before. This is a little bit finicky here. Here we go. Just trying to use the space accordingly there. Try to be equidistant as much as possible. I mean, there we go. One little dot and one little dot. Not a whole lot of adhesive, of course, as I mentioned before, so that you give yourself the opportunity to really place that where you want it. See, if it falls away, what are you going to do? And that's where I quickly want to clean that off. I'm going to smudge it over because my little low tack adhesive is losing tack there. Just pull it over a little bit and then press that down. Make sure it goes where it needs to. Yep, perfect. All right, I'm going to press, 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 press. I think I need new tape. All right, that page is going to be fine just like that. The elements in here are purely for fun, to just go ahead and have some little places for tags. Now, if you want to, you can adhere it as I did the other page I shared. Let's see if I can find it. This one, I allowed it to be 2 little pockets like that all the way in, but it's up to you. If you only want it to be 1 pocket, that's your decision. What you want to make sure you do, and I'll leave the tags in here just so that I can share with you, is to obviously avoid that portion in the middle. You only want to place adhesive above that if it's your highest little aperture there. If not, for instance, if I wanted to place a tag in here, just to show you, place a second one underneath, like that, then I can't have adhesive on this portion because then I'm not going to be able to fit that tag in there. That's the only reason I'm taking so long to explain that, okay? So if you want to avoid the whole thing, avoid the whole thing. Just do the outer edges, and then that way you don't have to worry about any of it. But I do like to place a little bit right above that cut line, just to anchor that. Okay, and you're tempted to keep going. Don't do it, because then you're not going to be able to fit tags on your pages, okay? This whole baby is going to go right on here now. Equidistant all the way around, if you can. Okay. Open your page when you have it secured. And now press down on it so you get it adhered evenly. And of course, if I put adhesive there, I want to pull that away from that cut line, not toward it, so you don't get seepage. You can decorate this little portion with another piece of paper. You can cover this. All you have to do is trace that little aperture onto your paper, cut the little square out of it. I share that in my other tutorial, so I'm not going to repeat that here. Put little strings and things onto these guys. And there you have that page. And of course, to close it, you want to use any number of the little embellishments, like the little utensils. You can group them as I did in the other one. I did tie a couple of them together. I think that looks really cute. And then you can place them inside, or you can do one. If you want to, you can just do a ribbon there. You don't have to use these. It's up to you. But here now I have an opportunity to add a sentiment here. So I might revisit some of the older sets and see what fits. Or you can use these little guys and add your little sentiment there. You can also keep embellishing this page, which I think would look super cute. So I can add another embellishment here on the side, create a little cluster. Lots of different choices here. So I haven't yet to use this little hat. Let me see here. I think what I'm going to do, there's so many pages, guys. Lots of pages here. I'm trying to think of, you know what I really would love to do is actually put a cake here. But I don't know if we have a cake. Oh, you know what we have? If you have the older sets of dies, the kits, there's cookies. I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to leave it blank. I'm going to revisit this and I'm going to put cookies here from the kit that was released last year, I think around this time. Because I know, somehow I recall making Mother's Day cards with it, I think. So some of you may know what I'm referring to. If you're new to Tonic Studios, then you may not be able to visualize that, but that's what I'm going to do on that page. I hope that this has been instructional to you so far. I'm trying to think if I should keep going on this video or if I should record the rest and then come back and publish it. Because I don't think I know how to do this so simple for a live video, because my mind likes to be creative and I don't want to bore anybody with the way that I see, you know, the creative process and all the cutting and all that. Let me think here. I'm regrouping my mind for a moment here because I had some other page plans. Trying to think if I should do one more. Should I do one more with you guys? Maybe a really simple one, because I still need to, let's see here. I would have to cut another one of these, which I can quickly do. You're here with your tea, Gina? I know, the problem is it's 3:30 for me, and I've been here a while. So let me just do this one background, and we'll call it quits. Because I don't want to be sitting the entirety of this day. If I do that, it's going to be to my detriment. So I'm going to cut one of these. This is, again, the largest page. I didn't think this was going to go in this direction, but here we are, right? I think I need my bigger plates, which is fine, because I should have them somewhere. Where art thou? Well, at least I can cut this down real quick and then find my plates. Oh, it's so late there. Well, let's pretend this is ASMR. Should I tap on my... so I can put you to sleep? Let's see here. 6, 5, this is going to be 5 7/8 inches wide. Is it really that wide? Yeah, I guess it is. I mean, if you do 5 3/4, you're kind of pushing it, because then you're going to crack your page. So 5 7/8 wide is what you'll need to be able to create a foundation page with the largest die. Let me grab my plates. Be right back. Squeak, squeak. That's ASMR chair for you. Squeak, squeak. See, Gina, you're gonna develop a dependence, and then you're gonna be like, I can't fall asleep. I need Raquel to get up from her chair and sit back down again. That relaxes my mind. You guys know I'm poking fun at those very unique videos. I say, you know, times are hard when people are literally making videos of smacking gum in front of a microphone. What has happened in this world? What has happened? It's a slippery slope, people. But hey, maybe that'll be my niche. Maybe I'll be that lady that does the ASMR crafting videos and you just hear cutting and dang it, where did I put that? In the background. Or should I whisper it? Where are you? Where are you, paper? All right. Large page again. Let me get back to professional mode here before I get fired. I'm going to tell my husband when he gets home from work, you know what? You know what was said to me on my video today? That I make ASMR videos because my chair is so squeaky. I know. Why do you think I find them so funny, Gina? Like I cannot relate. I ain't never heard somebody whisper in my life. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. Nobody I know has those capabilities. Okay, so this is gonna go here on top of this page. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop myself. This is gonna go here, and isn't that paper cute? It's got this cornflower blue color. Sorry, my batteries are gonna die, so I better hurry up. And then I'm going to do this little page here. Oh, goodness sakes. I can't stop laughing now. Gina, what did you do to me? This can be wrapped around the page just like I had done previously. I mean, it's all going to be the same concept. What you do here is up to you. You can do another paper that has the pretty little items on it. I had previously used this one, but I think it competes a bit with that cornflower blue paper. However, let's see here. There are other papers in this collection, of course. And I can always double it with one of these on the inside or the outside. Excuse me. I can do this on the inside, create a hinge here, and have it open flippity flop. So maybe I should do that. As my mind is working here. Let's do that. Okay, let's just do it. Look to the side. Oh, thank you, Linda. I appreciate you. So sweet of you. So in this case, I'm just going to do a 1-inch wide strip of paper because I'm going to keep it simple. Yes, I'm going to keep it simple. Simple. I had to think about that for a second. Let it go. There we go. I find the smaller papers scary to cut with that guillotine because I don't want to stick my fingers in that near the blade, so I have a little bit of a woo. This, I'm looking right at it and I couldn't find it. Okay, 1/2 inch by however tall you want to make this. Let me cut this down. I think I might do another 4 3/4. 4 3/4 by 1 inch and score it in half at 1/2 inch. Okay, that's that portion. I'm gonna get rid of that little ledge there, or lip, or whatever you want to call it. That just cut it at 4 1/2, maybe a little hair bigger than that, just to get rid of that little ledge there. Okay, I like a nice clean edge there. We're gonna do the same thing here. Fold it in half, score it, create our little hinge. I'm gonna adhere it onto the back of this. Oy vey. I keep doing the same mistakes. Fold line to the outside edge of your paper. Okay, that's important. All the way to the edge there also. And starting from the bottom up. We want to burnish that nicely. Okay. Because it's the same color, I wouldn't necessarily think you have to cover that. If it bothers you, then just place a nice matting layer on top of that. Okay. This is going to go on the inside. Okay, so this is the pretty side up. This is our hinge on the left. And I know you guys are seeing this backwards, so I apologize. But the hinge side will open. And this is where the second one's going to go. With the hinge side on that plain edge. So basically, you're not going to match hinge to hinge. And that's as simple as that. So here, I needed to do a little bit better job there, but let's just be forgiving. I'm going to add this on this outer edge all the way to the edge again. And I'm going to just cut away the excess there because I think I overlapped it a tiny bit. Yes, I did. What else is new, Raquel? Let's see here. What? Scissors are my best friends. Boom. Just like that. Not even going to worry about it. Okay, so now this is going to open. That fold line faces there. So that's going to create a really nice clean open. I'm going to place my matting layer here. But now I have a page that's going to open twice. I do need to score this portion, however, so that I can add it to my matting layer. Okay. This has a little bit of an indentation that the die creates, so just work with it. Makes life a little bit easier. Just find a little groove there that may match on your score tool. And if you want to make sure it's completely straight, you really should flip it this way. Okay. So you just don't want to do it exactly on that edge because then it's going to compete with that piece of paper. It needs to be out a little, at least 1/8 of an inch away from that. Okay. This way your paper has an opportunity to open, and if you should add any decorations on it, it won't be butting up against that corner or edge. I hope that makes sense. So just burnish your fold lines always, always, always. And place it onto the matting layer. Okay. Now, if you want to, you can cut into this paper. That's what I'm going to do. I don't always do it, but it's not that complicated. So long as you have your tools, of course. Just grab a metal ruler. Okay. Make sure it's perpendicular to your page. And here you're going to want to use a pencil to create your little beginning and end of where you're going to cut. Your little tick marks. So I'm going to tick mark here. Tick mark here. Okay. I'm going to take my metal ruler, place it along that edge, and with a craft knife, cut from one end to the other. I like to do it twice to make sure I hear the sound of the glass. And now, I hope I haven't been out of frame, guys. I'm going to cut this diagonally here so that I get a really nice clean fit. Okay, so just to the score line on both ends there, being careful not to cut that paper in the background. And you know there's going to be a magnet. So the magnet's going to go on here because I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to decorate that. So I'm going to place one magnet here. with double-sided adhesive. And guys, what I'm going to do is I'll film the rest, edit it, and post it because I've been here for quite a while. Okay, guys? So I do apologize that I won't be able to do an entire book today. But here on that little slit that we created, we're going to feed in our page. And the slit is longer, okay, than that. But that's okay. It gives me, you know, an opportunity there to have a little bit of movement. So once I feed that through, you see what I did there? Now I'm going to be able to apply adhesive here to my little pestañita, my eyelash, and fold it over and burnish. Oh, you guys are trading cookies? And I'm over here doing low carb. How dare you? All right, so magnet here needs another magnet, right? So that's going to go behind the page. So I'm going to grab my second magnet and attach it there. If I can get it off of here. Boom, see how that matched perfectly? Tack it down with tape. And this whole thing can now go on our base page. And I always do that just in case. I don't want that to shift. Oh, goodness. Got pieces of paper and hair and the whole bit just all over the place. All right. So this part, if you want to add the base page now, you can. So that way it's nice and even all the way around. Okay. If you want to, you can create a side pocket here. Depends on how elaborate you want to make this. You can, in fact, give you another little pointer. You can hide a pocket there, okay? So if you wanted to, you could cut this paper, so long as you don't impede that magnet there, right? You can cut that paper and create another. You know what? Why don't I just do it, right? I talk too much. Let's do it, okay? Let's just do it. Yeah, Gina. Except for when you get older and all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is what other people were talking about. So I used to be one of those youths that could eat whatever the heck I wanted to and not gain weight. Yeah, not anymore. Okay, so I have a magnet. I don't want to mess with it, right? That's there. So I want to be mindful of the placement of my magnet. Of course, you're going to do this way pre-planned, all right? Not like me. I'm going to add a diagonal pocket, and I'm going to try to make it look good. So I'm just going to cut this diagonally here. Boom. See? Okay. Let's be adventurous, people. I'm going to adhere this portion first. All right. And it doesn't have to be, you know, a super dimensional pocket, by the way. I'm going to add this here completely flat because I'm not hiding anything behind this. Yeah, we were chatting online about the whole postage stamp pricing here in the United States. And I said to somebody, I said, you know what? At this rate, my cards cost about $100 to make. I may as well buy them plane tickets. Crying out loud. It has gotten so out of control. All right, so this is going to match here. Gotta make sure that's straight. Ooh, lift it up quickly. I almost ruined my page, y'all, because I'm talking too much. I'm going to place this here so that I don't ruin it. And this is going to match back here. Da-da-da-da. Okay. Woo! I saved it. Okay, there we go. Now I can tack it down. Where's my thing? Here it is. Okay, because here I'm going to create that diagonal pocket. Oh my gosh, thank God it didn't dry. Now I'm going to place my page in my book to match the previous one. And the pocket will be on this side. But again, if you want an outside pocket, don't glue the whole thing. I will because I want a sturdy page. So I'm going to go all the way around the edge. If you see other videos of mine with memory books, you'll notice that I tend to use 300 GSM for the pages. And that's because I like to be able to do all of the flippity flops. There you go. Sorry guys, I was monitoring the chat there for a second, making sure everything looks good. All right, we're going to match the entire edge here. Because it's a shaped book, we have to be really careful. But we're going to start always from the outside of the page in. Don't start in here, okay? Because you already have your first page on there. So you want to make sure you match that entire edge. And then press it really well. Get a really good adhesion there. All right. And if it's a millimeter off, guys, don't worry about it. It's not going to hurt anything. Okay, there's that. Close. Oh, I need something here. I don't think I have anything yet. Yeah, I don't. All right. I'm going to sneak in a tiny bit of adhesive in there. Actually, no, I don't need it. All right. The rest of our page can go in here now, but we're going to avoid that diagonal portion. We're going to do the outer edge. And of course, we want to anchor this. All right, so whatever fits in here will still have plenty of room, even though we've anchored this portion, okay? So it's going to, again, outer edge, bottom edge, outer edge, up to that little curve line there. You can do a little triangle there if you need to. Anchor your hinge, always, always. Avoid that top diagonal. And then match that up to, of course, this is, you know, there's a magnet there, but you want to match this up from that line down so that it's perfect. Now, if you want to be able to fit something really, you know, substantial, you're going to do that, except for you're going to do it with foam tape. I have another page like that. The foam tape is thin, but if you want to know how to do that, you can watch that other tutorial. I am going to try to straighten this a little bit really quickly here, though, because I don't like a wonky page. And come on now. I think I adhered it wonky anyway. Okay, it's going to overlap a little, because I don't like it to be crooked. All right, hold on, guys. I'm going to be able to disguise that, so I'm not going to worry about that, but I definitely don't want it to be wonky on those edges. All right, because on top here, I'm definitely going to be able to cover it up, no problem. Okay, that little gap. What I'll do is I'll add a little decorative border there, and nothing is lost. I'm going to be able to decorate my page with any other little elements here. You can create a little closure there that allows you to have that piece of ribbon, or the magnet is sufficient, of course, if you just want to leave it at that. You can add another matting layer here that allows you to place another little tag with the matching paper. Let's take a peek at that real quick. So Lynn says, yeah, no measurement police, thank God, right? So this is what I'm referring to. You can add one of these. So let's cut that down. I'm going to use the matching die. And that's going to be the smallest layer. So there's 3 pages, 3 layers. This one's going to match there. And I may as well steal this tape. Okay. So we're going to do this. Try to frame that nicely. Stick it, stick it, stick it. So Lynn, are you saying this is going to be your very... Oh, and good evening. I'm sorry. Are you saying this is going to be your first memory book? I'm squeaking for Gina. Because she's falling asleep. Now remember, there's little slits in here, so let's take advantage of that. Right, so we don't want to get rid of that just yet. I did say to remove these, right? And I left them. Don't follow the rules, I just say them out loud. All right. So let's match up the die so we don't regret it. Let's place it here to match up with the lines, kind of, sort of, maybe. Place another piece of adhesive there. Tack it down really nicely. Ooh, if it looks suspicious, throw it out and start over. Don't hoard your tape. Okay. There we go. And now cut that. Well, thank you, Linda. Thank you for being here. And Lynn, then, you know what? Make sure that you watch the entire team tutorials. That there's going to be a playlist from Tonic Studios, and I believe everyone's video is going to be linked there. But I suggest you do that if it's your very first book, so that way you get to see everyone's crafting style and which one kind of piques your interest as to how your mind works and how you learn. So that way, you know, everyone does their own little techniques and stuff. I craft very, like I was saying, very spontaneous. If I make an error, if my pages are not 100% perfect, I just practice grace because I realize it's paper, you know. But if you like techniques and things like that, we all have different ones that we use. We all have our preferences, you know, all that good stuff. I have very, very elaborate books, and then I have very, very simple ones. The tutorial that I did for this one, for instance, I think is very beginner friendly because this is not, how do I say it? It's not terribly dimensional. Like, this is one page on top of one page on top of one page, one little pocket, you know, that sort of thing. This is just one little hinge, so it's a page that's just folded on one side. This is gatefold, but honestly, once you see how it's made, you're going to be surprised at how easy it is. And then here I just did little corner pockets. I kept it super, super simple because I wanted to make sure that I included at least one tutorial that was super beginner friendly. And I realized that not all of my tutorials are. But of course, you know, it's personal preference. So you have to do what's comfortable for you. And of course, if you have any questions, if you have, you know, if you find yourself in a jam, you will be able to, even in this chat, reach out and ask whether or not I respond, and I always do. because I realized that we all start somewhere, and I know that I wasn't born with dyes in my hands and all that good stuff. We all have to learn from others, and that's what we're here for, right? So what I do is, if you have a question, I mean, I've had people from across the world just reach out, send me like a message with a video and this and that. This is what I did. This is what I want to do. And I'll respond. I don't always have the time to make a full tutorial about it because I'm on more than one design team at the moment, but I'm happy to help wherever I can. So I'm on Instagram. You can instant message me there. I'm on Facebook. Same thing. You know, sometimes the messages don't go through immediately, but if you email me, then of course it's easier. So I'm just doing one more little layer here to add to the background, and then we'll be done with this particular page. Because this is one for the books, guys. This has been a long video. And you're always welcome, hon. No worries. Okay, so I'm going to throw that over there, throw this over here, make a background, and we'll be done with this page. So I'm going to keep this one super simple, but again, same concept here. A little page that opens, and then this is going to open again, okay? So obviously you want to mat these layers. You can mat this one again. Just be conscious of the fact that this is a pocket. It's going to fit a recipe in here, right? And like I said, the paper is not going to fit entirely all the way to that corner because I don't want to compete with that. But say if it's a folded piece of paper, you have all that space in there. And then I'm just going to decorate that edge off camera so that way we kind of hide that little snafu there in the corner. Okay? And we all do that. We just hide. So this is going to go here. And we're going to have our last little outer pocket here. This one I'm going to adhere with the foam adhesive that I have been using throughout because I really like it. And it's thin enough, but it's also nice for the little pockets. So I'm going to do one little strip of this to go around the edge of this one. Just makes life a whole lot easier. All the way around the edge. Gonna bend it to my will. And another one. So cut away the excess there. If it fights me too much, just cut away that piece and start over. Go all the way around that edge. And I like that these are long. I think they're quite user-friendly. Okay, there's that. This is going to go on the front. Oh, who's leaving? Oh, Linda. Oh, yes, I think I already said goodbye. I hope I did. If not, then good evening, and thank you for having been here. I realize you guys are watching from all the way across the pond. And I thank you guys. Thank you so much. So I realize there's so much more you could be doing. Without your support, this channel would just go, you know, kaput. So I appreciate you. All right, I'm going to try to center this. I'm not making any promises. There's that. Pretty. Now, this die set does come with flowers. So, of course, I can now go to town and add a bunch of little flowers here, right? That's going to happen off camera, but there's another little idea on how to use your supplies. This is going to close with a magnet here. This one attaches there, so that helps that. Now, there's still a little bit of a lift here. If that bothers you, You can use more than one magnet when you're crafting. Just plan accordingly. I'm just going to keep it like that. I'm trying to think here. I still, because I haven't matted this, I can still add a little ribbon, for instance, here. Cover it with another matting layer. And then have a second ribbon over here. So let me show you what that would look like since I'm talking about it. And that page keeps growing, but that's how it works, right? I think I'm going to use a thin ribbon so that it doesn't compete with everything else. So just a little snippet of this is fine. And what I'll do is, you know, bear in mind that I'm going to be covering part of this with paper. I'm going to use my double-sided tape. Grab a piece of that. This is folded in half. I'm going to cut it in half, put one end here, kind of matching that magnet so that all of the bulk is in the same area of my paper. Okay, so this is going to get covered with another piece now of decorative paper. That's what's going to allow me to close this. All right, my second piece of ribbon is then going to have to match that, so that one's going to attach right here behind my matting layer. Okay, my pokey tools left me, they abandoned me. I don't know where they went. Here they are. They keep hiding on me. Remove that. Let's tack this down to complete this particular page. Here. This is going to go right here, right on top. And this gets to now be a pretty little bow on the side to hold down that page. So say you didn't have any magnets at all, then this is how I would approach the page. Okay, and of course you can make that a large, small, whatever ribbon you like. If you like lacy ribbon, you can do that. You can keep it simple, whatever is appealing to you. But that is the end of that page. And of course I'm going to add a little tag there. Let me grab one from another page. Okay, so you see what that will look like. All right, so this is going to allow me to add my little tags in here. Okay, so what's important here is only adhere that perimeter, of course. If not, a folded piece of paper to go in there. Super cute. And this has been a lot of fun, guys. It really has. I started off today by making that little shaker. It's a very darling collection. I think you're going to find that it's user-friendly because the images work so well with one another. And the design team, ladies, oh my word. I know I'm part of the design team, but I always feel like, oh my gosh, I'm just blown away by the samples that everyone made. I've yet to share my photos, as I mentioned before, but my video's already published. It went out on Monday. Yep. So if you want to take a peek at that one, then you'll be able to see this one almost in its entirety. Sorry. So that way you get to see how I combined it, and also the suggestions on how to match it with other dies you may already have, which is exactly the plans that I have for this one. That's why I can't do all of it on a live, and I apologize for that. But it is a time-consuming process. I do advise that you cut a lot of the pages. As you can tell, what I did is I did add hinges on my own there. That's not, you know, that's not a flaw in design in any way. if you like to have all of your pages be cohesive, I think that you can achieve that with color, not necessarily by having everything be absolutely perfect when you're cutting it. Now, it is of course important to follow some general rules of thumb. Those you're going to discover as you craft. I try to give as many of those types of tips in my video tutorials, so save them to your playlist on YouTube. You can do that. You can save my videos to your playlist. Then you can go back and forth, watch videos, see, you know, how comfortable you are. You can also take the smaller of the pages, for instance. This is the smallest page you can make. And if you have, and this is what I always suggest, if you have inexpensive paper, not the pretty stuff that, you know, you spend a lot of money on, but say a paper pack that costs you $5. We find those everywhere here in the United States, like at Michael's, Hobby Lobby. $5 for a whole pack of paper. Cut it all out. Make all of the errors and everything. Maybe even take notes on that very paper, what went wrong, and then keep that as a sample book. That's something I highly suggest if you're starting out, or anything that you may hear in a video. And then that way you can refer to that as your little cheat codes, if you will. That's what people call them now, right? But yeah, as I said before, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. These are a lot of fun to make. Of course, you could do it all day long, but as you can tell, you know, I got what, 2 pages done here. I got the spine, the back, and that took quite a while because, of course, I'm chatting. But once you get in your zone and everything, you'll find that it's quite user-friendly. And I absolutely love it. So I thank you guys so much for having been here. Don't forget that if you want to support this channel, at any point, you can click on the links in the description bar. That will take you to the stores that I highly recommend. Of course, Tonic Studios being one of them. And if you need any supplies that you would be getting anyway, all that does is give me a tiny little amount so I can have a little cup of coffee on the side as I craft. I will appreciate you if you do that, just because it does help support the channel. So that's it. But yeah, thank you guys so much for having been here with me today. I look forward to sharing with you what's coming up next in this particular channel, which will be 3 videos for the month of April. I have 3 Tonic Studios tutorials for new product, including the kit, which I generally do, of course, every month. And let's see here, what else? I also have, by the way, for those of you who don't know this, I am a design team member also for ScrapbookPal.com. That's a US-based page or store, I should say. However, they do sell product such as honeybee stamps, hero art, spellbinders, lawn fawn, a bunch of different types of companies. So if you want to take a peek at those tutorials, I do them for that particular page, but I also have photos on my blog. That's www.PaintsandGlitter.com. I invite you to take a peek at that. I have coloring videos, I have card making videos, you name it. It's all fun. So yeah, so if you ever need a little bit of ASMR in background, Gina, you know what to do. Just click on them video. I'm joking, guys. If you ever want some inspiration, I invite you to watch them, share them with your friends, or save them to your own playlist. And as I always say, I do hope that you can be inspired and be blessed. And I thank you so much for watching. Thank you guys for spending some time with me today. Ciao, ciao.